government by the people, of the people, for the people. But the people are retarded.
Father, before I begin, bless me, Father, for I'm about to sin. America. I pledge allegiance to the United States of America. One nation, indivisible, under God, for real. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys. Senators here. Chuck, stand up, Chuck. Let him see you. Oh, God love you. What am I talking about? I tell you what, you're making everybody else stand up, though, pal. Thank you very, very much. I tell you what, stand up for Chuck. The best way to get something done, if it holds near and dear to you that you like to be able to, anyway, from Charlotte, another line going from in Florida down to Tampa. Of Putin's kleptocracy, yeah. America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him. The idea that Los Angeles and what am I doing here? For two reasons. One, you won't be safe in Joe Biden's America. We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by you know the thing. Let's be clear. I hear it all the time. Cumulative, I can play for the programs many times over. Well, I'm sick and tired of smart guys. Let me start off with two words. Made in America. Made in America.
Welcome back to another night of Shtick with Koolfrogg. Technically supposed to be conversations with Koolfrogg, but I think it turned into mukbang with Koolfrogg. I just kidding. I'm gonna finish my dinner either way. Cause why? Well, because I'm here and I'm scheduled to be here. I had Eric Hunley stop in, talk to me about an hour ago as I was waiting for all this to go off. And of course, you know, rains and storms. Life is just so grand. I really do love it. I think it's great how things work themselves out. Again, Eric Hunley did message me and said that he would not be able to show up tonight. He will be here another time. Said that he would totally try again. Says he has issues with wife issues. So hopefully everything is well with him and his wife. I wouldn't want that on anybody to be dealing with anything whatsoever. Yes, my mukbang. Boomer, beautiful. Rabbit, good to see us. Glad you're here. So, I mean, we'll hang out for a little bit. I'm going to, like I said, finish my dinner. Because I can. Probably because I should. Food's good for you. In moderation. I don't always work the best in moderation. Usually try to overconsume myself. Try to overdo certain things. try to push for things to be, what I wish they would be. And you run into things like tonight. It's supposed to be with Eric Hunley. Did it happen? Nah. Am I upset? Nah. Should I be? Probably not. Probably not. There's no reason to be. Shit happens, and his name will stay on the show. Saying that it is what it is. It's fine. Maybe we'll figure it out. We'll work it out later. What's up, Fast Group? Daisy Girl. Good to see you. Glad you're all here. Still hit that like button for me. It's kind of something that's necessary. I don't even have my studio open completely. I think I should go open that. But yes, this is supposed to be members only with Eric Hunley. So figured I'd turn it into a mukbang. Finish my dinner. Talk to y'all. And see what else is going on. We don't have to ruin the night. I think there's one other person other than Eric Hunley himself that has a link. We can make it a show. Can have fun with it. Obviously, I'm not going to lock this down. I'm not going to make it a members only. Oh, let me talk about how you didn't show up for an hour. I'm not going to do that. Chili. A good pot of chili. I think I've made more pots of chili in the last few months. Peppers are in season. So many tasty peppers. Got to get some sleep. Peace. Get that sleep. You have a good one, Fast Group. Wish I could have been more entertaining for you. Kept you up at through your slumber. Could have been interesting. I'm going to stop that for a moment. So then, trying to think about other people that I could try bringing around for these members only streams, and who would be a potential good option to try. Now, I know sometimes some of us have our own personal issues, and makes it difficult to hold conversations with others. Sometimes conversations can happen. Sometimes you can run into those walls, those heavy, heavy walls that just stop you from creating conversation because you don't know what to say or how to say it next. Sometimes it works out that way. Sometimes it makes it very difficult. But if there's anybody that's sitting there like, I want to go talk to Koolfrogg. I want to go join him. I want to go say hi to him and see what's going on. Just say yes, me, please. I'd like to join you, and we'll throw you a link. If it's something that you wish to do. Otherwise, like I said, I'll probably hang out for a little while. This is supposed to be an awesome night of having the likeness of Eric Hunley show up for me and create awesome conversation. But I know it's going to attract quite a few clicks. Put his name in there. Like I said, he was supposed to be here. He was supposed to be here. I can show you a little bit of screenception, show you private chat, show you that he actually said, "Hey man, I'm going to have to opt out. My wife has issues. Please ping me to reschedule, hopefully earlier." He wants to, potentially be an hour earlier, which is understandable if he needs that. We can work that out. I don't know. Shit happens. Sometimes you have some really great weeks, and sometimes you run into these shit piss poor weeks. It's just like nothing's working out for you. No matter how hard you try to do something, put something on, try to do something different. Sometimes you kind of get some jabs to come back, and some of those kind of are a little bit harder to take than others. Like I'm okay with this. Okay with this one. I've had some trying times with some different people that really took a lot out of a person. Like totally made it super difficult. And for me to have the guts, I'm just a normal person, just like most of everybody that's listening to this. For just another person. I'm not lawyer extraordinaire. I'm not a doctor or something that, oh my God, you need to listen to this guy. I'm not any of that at all. I'm just some guy that has an internet connection and likes to use it for what it is. To bring you all this interesting commentary to go along with the news and the politics that I like to talk about. I know that there's a great group of you that have the tendency to stick around through the thick and the thin. I'm very, very appreciative of that. Hope that others that have come around, shown up, been around, heard things, hadn't heard things, are able to weather through these storms as they happen, because sometimes stuff like this happens where all of a sudden those things that you think would be cool would happen just so happen to not. There's nothing you can really do about it. You can't be like, oh well, woe's me. Go crying about it, because that's not going to help either. It's an interesting ordeal. It really is. Ask Blue Wabbit. So, Squab Bob, eat a Snickers and rub some dirt on it. Absolutely. Rub some dirt on it. If you haven't rubbed some dirt on it, I don't think you've done a lot of things correctly, because there's a lot of times you just got to be able to get up and move on. I think that's what the main gist of all this, of what from being able to what to expect to what actually happens. Hey, Debbie, clumsy. Good to see you. Glad you're here. Soggy carrots before you did. Um, so, Frug. She called me Frug. She called me Frug. I feel so special. But like I was saying, I was trying to open studio. Still don't have studio open properly. Because it happens. It happens. I'm not sure who Eric Hunley is. I just turned on Roku and heard you talk about stick through thick and thin. I mean, sometimes you wish things would happen that way, and sometimes they don't. Sometimes they don't happen that way, and you run into the issues that you do. So you gotta pick yourself up and keep going. And I think that's why I asked the question of who else do you think I should bring on for these members only chats, being that we have this time frame open. Is there anybody else that you think I should be reaching out to see if I can't bring them on for members only chats? They seem to be Conversations with Koolfrogg seems to be a fairly popular. It's a decent time frame. I got a lot of people that have shown interest in doing these. Because I was scheduled for the next few months. I hope that Eric Hunley's wife is okay. But it happens. It happens. What are we doing? We're gonna push ourselves through it. We're gonna look forward to next week. Who do we got next week? Who's got a couple people? Like I said, I got a couple people scheduled. Let's take a quick glance. So Vicky's birthday is here in the morning. ID Crisis coming up on the 23rd. Ken's counseling couch is on the 30th. The 7th should be an interesting day in itself. It looks like I have two things scheduled for that day. One of the expert, and the other one is thermal. I tried to split up some of it a little bit for who I had as guests. So then, working our way through October, as well as a Halloween party that's already scheduled. I have MG Law and the real Max Murrah. So I mean, got a solid lineup of people showing up all the way through the first month or the first week in November for this particular show. So if there's anyone else where they're just like, oh, you should be this, or you should do this other person, or if there's somebody specific that you think that I should uh, get up here, definitely let me know. I'm going to still hit up Eric Hunley, and we'll see if we can't get him to come back around sometime soon at an earlier time slot. I've been very flexible with my time slots and making them as I possibly could. Sup, Madcore Mofo? What is up, brother? Good to see you. What's going on? Where's the guest? Yeah, that's the question of the night. It's the question of the night. Where's the guest? The guest had to opt out. I'm going to take this screenshot, the print screen of him being in studio and leaving a message for me saying, my wife has issues. Please ping me for a reschedule, hopefully earlier. So there will be something with Eric Hunley eventually. We just, sometimes things happen, and sometimes they happen for good reasons. Sometimes they happen for good reasons, and I think we need to be appreciative of the chances that we get to do things. And when they don't always work out, to be humble with it, because it's not the easiest thing to go through, to have somebody, not that he stood me up, because he showed up for a few seconds about an hour early for the show, and I had talked to him for very few moments, and I said, well, if you have the time, let's do this early. So give me 5 minutes to get situated, and would go. And come back, and there's the message of him saying, I'm going to opt out. My wife has some issues. Please ping me to reschedule, hopefully earlier. So we will try to reschedule this particular episode. I could have not even come up here and done any of this. I could have just left it be, said zero things, left the show just to not happen at all, just go away. And I'm like, nah. I think we'll bring this up. Exactly, count your blessings. At the same time, I mean, Madcore's not far off either. And I think that there's a lot of them, and I like Eric Hunley. So as far as Eric Hunley goes, I wouldn't add him to the group called LawTube. I wouldn't do that to him. It's not fair for him to have to be there because he's adjacently, works with them on a couple different shows. I don't know what you call it. I don't think we should call it just that. I think we might be off by just a little bit. Happy wife, happy life. Squabba. Happy spouse, happy house. Because don't get me wrong. Even guys should be afforded a little bit. And we have feelings and things too. It's kind of seems like guys get the shaft when it comes down to a lot of things. We're watching Winnebago Man Daka on the stream. If you got stuff all to do, come hang out here. This guy is crazy funny. I'm on a lunch break. Okay. Sounds fun. I'm gonna hang out with the people who are here as long as they're still here. Anybody, seriously, anybody have anything that they prefer or who they think that I should try bringing around for a conversation, because they're fun to set up. They're interesting what kind of conversations can be had. I've had a couple of them be very, very successful. Between good logic and clumsy and those in between. Because I did this with Madcore a couple weeks ago. That one was successful. There's going to be more to come. We're going to continue to try doing anything I can for you, for every single each one of you that wishes to hang out here and wants there to be something. If you think that there's somebody that you'd prefer to see if I can't get them to come up here, I'll try hitting up anybody, because why not? Hey Mimsy, what's up? Just sitting here with these wonderful people. Well, I think the point is that if there's anybody that you prefer, what's up, Moose? What's going on? Good to see you. What are we at? 28 minutes? I mean, I suppose technically I should try going for another half hour and make the show somewhat of a show. Just thought I'd pop in, say hi. It is rescheduled guests is okay. Rescheduled guests is okay. Ready from on the acquittal? Is she? I don't have permission. Oh, definitely. I'm looking forward to future ones, and that's why I wanted to still go live and see if there's anybody that was, that anybody had an interest in thinking that I should convince them to try coming around here. Now, I mean, obviously, you get as far as you possibly potentially can with people, and try creating something, that's bigger than yourself. And sometimes things like this happen, and I'm okay with it. I was kind of nervous going into it. So being nervous, having him show up an hour early to be able to leave the message to say that he was having the issue. Uh, I'm down. Shit happens. Um, what about the Whitmer kidnapping trial? What about it? Is they're acquitted? They're acquitted. All three of them in this last bit were acquitted, and I think it's a good deal. I'm glad that they finally did go to the point of acquitting them, and hopefully they never have to go through such a thing ever again. Could not imagine what these guys feel like. How sad, and scared they would be all the way through this, not knowing what's gonna come out of it, and to see what did come out of it is uh, quite amazing in itself. I wouldn't want or wish that on anybody. Um, I guess I had a lot of people saying that they were surprised of the acquittal. Like they're really surprised about it. When it come down to the acquittal in itself, I guess I wasn't as surprised as most were. I think I assumed that that's what it was going to be, and being it went the way that it did, just figured, yep, that's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. It's going to be just that. So I again wasn't surprised. I think I was assuming that's what it was going to happen. Was was I happy? I mean, yeah, good. What's right is right, and eventually the truth, will come out. It's so fun. I mean, I think a lot of people were hoping it was going to come out this way, but I guess I didn't really get that surprised. Just didn't sound like it was something that was going to stick. It was going to be more hurricanes. Hope everybody's being safe, being okay with themselves. It's quite interesting, the movements of these hurricanes that have cropped up. They're not normal. It's just not normal. Nigel goes ahead and splits the two in half. Margot's sitting there spinning in circles, doesn't know where it's going to go. It's got itself aimed at, Spain, France, England type thing. It's like, okay, usually they deplete by the time they get that far. um, Lee was the one that everybody was supposed to be paying attention to. Lee's pretty much finally taken hit ground up in the main area. I hope everybody up in that area is okay. It really long trip across the ocean to make it to where it finally hit land. Rabbit, are you from up there? Yeah, I didn't think so. Southeast Kansas getting a regular storm. There you go. There you go. just them regular storms. Those regular storms are the better ones. They don't seem so man-made. Now they just need someone to look into the Zachariah Anderson. I don't know enough about that particular case. Do I remember what town? I mean, it pretty much hit all of Maine. Looked like St. John was the one that was in the eye that it smacked right into, according to what I can see here. I don't have a news weather cycle for it in particular. I just went ahead and went to the Weather Channel. But yeah, where it is right now, looks like it pretty much hits St. John right dead on. Hopefully everybody's okay. Yeah, wasn't something that I had planned for the night. Nowhere near. I hope everybody's still hitting like buttons and doing all that wonderful stuff for me. Wait. Nobody has any thoughts on who they think that I should try getting to come around here? Just don't want to give any ideas? It's okay. I'm not forcing anybody to do anything. You don't want to, you don't have to. But if it's something that is in the back of your head, where that'd be cool if you could get this person, cool to get that person. I'd look into it. I do have a couple of feelers out there for a couple others. Just have to compose an email correctly and send something out. Zachariah Anderson. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Zachariah Anderson case was this other case out of Wisconsin, right? For murdering his ex-girlfriend's lover and hiding his body. Now he got the same judge that was for Kyle Rittenhouse. Now that doesn't, Judge Schroeder doesn't dictate exactly which way things are going to go just because he's Judge Schroeder. Does have an overwhelming number when it comes down to it of cases that go into a different spin when they go through his court system. This has been going on for a couple of years, right? May was found guilty. So is there a discrepancy that you don't think that he should be found guilty? Zachariah Anderson found guilty of killing Kenosha man whose body was not been found, sentenced to life in prison. Do you think, Rabbit, are you still here? I think you're the one that pretty much questioned me on this. Do you think that there's something wrong with the sentence? Do you think he didn't do it? No body, not much blood, no DNA. Judge Schroeder acted very odd in court. So when you look around, there has to be a playlist for this particular case, right? Is there somewhere that we can go and we can watch this? You'd think that court TV or that they'd have the stuff for us. We could go watch it. 11 videos. Wisconsin. Sentenced to life. He's innocent in my opinion, says Rabbit. 357, what's up? Good to see you. Our guest did not show up. He did show up. He did show up for a very short bit. He told me that he was going to opt out, that he'd reschedule for another time that worked better. And we'll get him. We'll get him to come around again. Positive. My positive opinions, my positivity should still bring him around. He'll do it. He'll do it one day. So it looks like 2, 3, 4, 4.5 hours you could watch through from opening statement all the way to the end. Zachariah Anderson stuff on Court TV. What's up, Sean T? Oh shit, too soon. Oh shit, too soon for what? If I go and I play this case, I put this up on the screen and allow it to play through while I'm sitting here because I'm a premium member. I shouldn't get ads. If I play this through and we talk about it while we go through this, we can play it, and I'm down. I'll still leave it open. Anybody that's interested in coming in and joining, let me know. Hit me up. Say yes, me please. And we'll see what we can do. We'll see what we can. Let's do this. So now this is supposed to be a members only thing, and we're not going to do that. We're not going to do the members only because the person that was supposed to be here is not here. I'm going to actually use. I think we'll go this way. Yeah, we'll go that way. And go.
Thank you, first of all, for all your service. Can everybody hear me? This will be several days. There'll be a lot of difficult and some emotional testimony, and I just wanted to thank you in advance for the time and effort and attention.
Vicky T.
This case has a lot of moving parts, and so though the judge has asked that it be brief in his discussion with you,
no guests.
I need to cover a number of things with you, so I'm going to take the time.
He asked to reschedule.
To try to give you a roadmap as to what I believe you will hear in terms of evidence in this case. I start with what I understand Sadie Beecham will share with you. Sadie Beecham, I think, will tell you that on May 17th, 2020, she felt her life was finally about to change. She had lived with the defendant last in 2012. So this was 8 years later since she had last lived with him on a regular basis. They had 3 children together. She will tell you that he basically came and went as he pleased. He had a different household. He did not pay her living expenses or her children's on any kind of regular basis. Sometimes he showed up on weekends, and yet he expected and anticipated that they were in a relationship and that simply was going to be enough. In December of 2018, she didn't want to live that way anymore. And so for a variety of reasons, they broke up. And so that relationship, that separate houses, you come when you want, when you mess up, you just beg me for forgiveness or do a gesture that tries to get the same situation where you're always in control, was going to be over. And so for a few weeks, they didn't have any contact.
Yep, Shandy.
Slowly but surely.
Yep. Exactly. One of those excuses.
Kids, which of course was
it happened. It's okay.
And he was able to get back in touch with her on a regular basis, trying to get back together with her. Again, trying the cycle of trying to get forgiveness. And
Taking a
everything will
deep
change.
nap like
This
Rose. I
time she
mean,
wasn't going.
maybe.
Doesn't
Good
mean
to
she
see
wasn't
you,
nice
Rose.
to him. Doesn't mean there weren't times where she tried out of kindness to explain why this relationship was not happening. Doesn't mean she, didn't have feelings for him in some way, shape, or form based on their history. But she was ready to move on. And by February 17th of 2020, she was on a dating site, and she met somebody where she thought maybe this will go somewhere.
Sounds good, Vicky. If I'm still here doing this, say something. You can come
Now, he was from Kenosha,
talk to me
so
here.
there was that was a drive to sort of see what she was going to be able to make of this. But he seemed to love his kids and to have a relationship with his kids, and she liked that it might go somewhere. Now, this is the early weeks of this maybe relationship, right? It's not exclusive. And so she doesn't feel like she wants to share that yet with her 11-year-old who turns 12. And she certainly doesn't want to share it with the defendant, who is her ex. She knows him, and she is right in the sense that what I'm going to talk about next in the evidence, I'm going to ask you to look for a certain pattern. I'm going to ask you to consider whether the defendant, as I outline the next grouping of incidents, is an individual who shows by each of these incidents that he is overwhelmed with jealousy. You'll hear a number of communications where that is clear even from his own mouth. And that he has an overwhelming need in that jealousy to be in absolute control when it comes to Satan. Each of these incidences can be characterized as a gesture where he demands control, and as he loses control, we'll talk about what the evidence shows comes next. More and more irrational each time, more and more disturbing. And then I'm going to ask you to take a look at whether the defendant in each of these incidences shows you his determination to have absolute control by using every tool available. Using human spies, a person named Steve Lentz, he texts as a lookout for him. His own daughter, age 11 and 12, will tell you I was recruited by him as essentially a spy. And that he's willing to use electronics too. Basically, every way you can spy on another individual, the defendant was employing in regards to Sadie Beecham. So let's talk about each of those incidences briefly. April 24th, and this is just a 1-month period where the defendant slowly but surely learns no matter how he imposes himself, he will not get control. And so what culminates at the end of that about a month-long period is Rosalio Gutierrez no longer being alive to anybody who cares about him, to anybody who knows him. So I start with April 24th. The defendant has his 3 children with Sadie at his house. So he has his 11-year-old daughter, whose birthday is going to be the next day, and his 2 4-year-old twins at his home. He is the only adult there. Sadie does not have the kids on that day. So what Sadie does is invites her new relationship, Rosalio, to come over to her home. She has no children there. She's a consenting adult whose children are at their father's. She invites Rosalio to her home. In the middle of the night, she's awoken. She's awoken because her doorbell rings. She looks out and she sees a vehicle that looks like a vehicle that the defendant owns squealing away. The next day, Rosalio and her discover that Rosalio's truck has been entered. A letter has been taken from that truck, as well as his car registration, a registration that has his stepfather's name signed on it as the person who signed, I believe, the title, the registration. That's missing from Rosalio's truck that was parked at Sadie's home.
What streaming thingy do I use? StreamYard?
Please talk to her. She is 12.
That's the streaming thing
Says
that I
in the
use.
middle of the night,
StreamYard's one of the easier places to
went
go.
with her father.
Shared links
home of her
usually
mother,
DM'd easier
she
through
normally lives
places
with,
like Twitter
Sadie, that her father
or
peeks in the
Discord.
windows at that location.
Either way, hit me up if you're something that
Daughter
you're interested
says
in joining and saying.
The two twins,
I'm
age
down.
4, are left at his house unsupervised.
Vicky T says that she's
She
going to
actually
join me
says,
for
I
sure.
didn't feel that was safe.
Yeah, we should be here for a few more hours.
She says her
Make sure that
father,
I
the
get a link
defendant,
out to Vicky T.
gets the paperwork out of this person's truck. She says her father, the defendant, takes a listening device and puts it in a vent at her mother's home. She says that he summons her over, and she is encouraged to look inside the window of her mother's home. And at that time, she sees her mother and a person she's never met, she hasn't seen before, who she now believes to be Rosalio, in that, I believe, living room of her house through the window. Her father's instructions are, be sure you don't steam the window up because they might be able to see it. This is the middle of the night for an 11-year-old girl the day before her birthday, when a rational mind might be making sure everybody had a really good night's sleep.
So she's an 11-year-old girl the day before her birthday.
Celebration the next day.
So she wasn't quite 12.
Chooses to conduct himself. He admits to law enforcement that he had a premonition that something was going on over there, and not only does he admit he went there, but he admits that he encouraged or helped his daughter look in that window. He denies that he put a listening device in. He denies he left the 4-year-old twins behind. He says he brought them along in the middle of the night. Rang the doorbell, needing to show in a gesture, I'm still in control. You'll hear that in the defendant's phone, when law enforcement apprehend him, in his phone, they find a screenshot that has a section of
it did look like you said, no,
registration
that's not what
of
happened.
Rosalio Gutierrez on it. It has the signature section for the person who is Rosalio Gutierrez's stepfather.
I'll jump on just waiting for brother-in-law and kids to
go. Will tell you is my father's handwriting. It has Rosalio Gutierrez's
get a couple of links out to a couple people here.
Address written down.
Anybody else that's interested,
now,
let me know. Let me know.
April 24th occurs at Sadie's home.
Join the party. Come have some fun.
Right? He's been there in the context of
make it a night.
Children, etc.
This
is new. This is information about Rosalio Gutierrez's home.
Decided to
You'll hear Sadie Beecham indicate
watch
that also
the
during this time
Zachariah
period
Anderson
in April,
stuff.
She finds to have a phone she didn't know that she had. She looks in the phone. She discovers and knows that it's the defendant.
Be here for a few hours.
Phones the defendant utilizes.
Should be a good fun show.
Both Sadie and describe multiple
Be surprised
phones.
he
The
comes
defendant has
popping
a phone
up
that he
on
uses
stage here.
But he has a couple of other phones. One in particular used to record. She's looking at one of those phones, and she sees the defendant has ordered 2 tracking devices from Amazon. They are auto tracking devices you attach to a vehicle, and that are voice activated recorders as well. So they have dual purpose for spying missions, electronics to help you spy. So by now, Sadie has heard from her daughter that there was this invasion of her privacy on April 24th. She knows trackers have been purchased by the defendant. She knows through a number of texts how jealous and irrational he is regarding her beginnings of a new relationship. He is describing Rosalio Gutierrez as Beaner, Booger, using all sorts of abusive names and terminology for him. On May 8th, Sadie again does not have the children with her, and she is going to Rosalio's home. And based on the suspicions of what I've talked about that have occurred in the last couple weeks, she thinks to herself at some point, you know what? He's probably tracking me. And so she searches her car, and she finds hidden under the car seat of one of the twins a phone that she knows belongs to the defendant, and it's on, meaning it would track her location.
And it's
On
on.
May 8th,
Okay.
she drives to Kenosha. She turns that phone
A lot
off.
of things happening in
There's then a
Kenosha,
controversy
apparently.
between her and the defendant, where he says, well, I
Seems
just
to be a
lost
hot
that phone.
spot
That
for
phone must
crime.
have toppled out of my pocket when I was
Wisconsin without
working the car seat for one of the twins. Well, we know from looking
death
at
penalty.
electronics that he was using
Seems to
that
be an
phone
interesting
and
place.
using an app he had just loaded on his phone recently, Find My Phone, to track her that very day. And so the things he told her about the circumstances were simply untrue. Instead, we know it was an app that he was using on that phone, connected to that phone.
357. I'm being ridiculous. How do I send you a message?
Every time she brings this up, he acts like she's crazy. He acts like all the facts are false. But when you go into the electronics, when you go into his actual phone or computer, when you talk to Olivia, all the things she suspected and thought are actually true. The defendant is again and again fundamentally dishonest with her,
Wondering, not wandering.
acting as if these are all in her head or are accidents. Let's talk about the continuing escalation that this pattern that I've described shows. On May 13th, Sadie again does not have the children. Again, as
Elizabeth OG, if you want, anybody wants to come up here, DM me somewhere. Discord.
Now, I want you to understand what we've talked about.
Or
April 24th, May
anywhere
8th,
else.
and now May 13th. Because we are talking about just
Okay,
weeks,
I see you. I see your
before
DM there, Rabbit.
Rosalio Gutierrez at this same location is never again seen by those who love him. Is essentially dead to those who love him. So now May 13th, we're 4 days away from that fateful day. On May 13th, Sadie goes down to Rosalio's. She is going down for food and to watch some movies. On the phone of the defendant, when taken into custody, on that phone, we have in the phone recordings of directions that look like GPS type directions, which direct you. They are deleted, but they are recovered. We don't have every one of them, but the pattern of them gets you to Rosalio's address. This is the defendant's phone that is traveling per those directions that were deleted to Rosalio's home.
Do I have you on Twitter?
Sadie has gone
Is that
down.
where I'm 357? It has to be.
Rosalio's home.
Roger that. Roger,
I want
what?
you to
Huh?
picture this is what the evidence will be. Sadie is having one of those conversations you have as you start your meal and you're sitting down to watch something on TV. Rosalio says something specific to her about, do you want to watch this or something
Confirm me
else?
if you wish.
Conversations that many of you have had hundreds of times in your life as you begin to start your meal. Suddenly, right after it comes from the lips of Rosalio Gutierrez, she receives a text on her phone. The text is from the defendant. And the text is an exact quote of what Rosalio just said to her. It's an exact quote that he's just texted her. Now, he tells her later Oh, that's an accident. I didn't mean to text you. That was just an accident. But his phone at that moment in time is going off a Kenosha tower, not a tower by his home in Mequon, a Kenosha tower, and it's the tower closest to where Rosalio Gutierrez lived. So not only do the directions get him there, and by the way, have him arriving at the right time, but his phone places him at that location, quoting what is being said inside Rosalio's apartment. I must be in control. Every gesture has the same pattern. I must be in control. By the next day, May 14th, we are now literally 3 days from Rosalio Gutierrez being dead to everyone who knows him. May 14th, the defendant now is looking for a confrontation.
Is he?
Based on his text messages to Sadie. May 14th, 4:13 p.m. You want me to stop by to meet Junior tonight? 4:41 p.m., half hour later. Still not off this topic. So, you're saying I can stop by and meet someone later. Now, none of Sadie's communications are inviting him over, let's make peace, let's talk, why don't you come on over, why don't you two meet? This is the defendant attempting to provoke, but revealing his intentions. This is a communication suggesting I am looking for a confrontation. Here's what says about the period we've talked about so far.
Again, anybody wishing or wanting to come watch this,
come over. This is the daughter. I apologize.
up here with me.
Daughter, age 12. Every time we come over,
Say
he
something.
leaves and goes to follow mom.
Hit me up through a DM
Every time
somewhere.
we kids come over.
And I'll shoot
She
you a
says
link
to
and
law
bring you up
enforcement,
here.
I am his spy
You join me for a wonderful show
about mom. I did it to please him.
about this
Here's
gentleman
the
they
plan
call
that she
Zachariah
described,
Anderson.
age 12, to law enforcement
So many
that the
feel
defendant has cooked up and
didn't
convinced her
do
to be ready to implement.
what it is
Spy
that he's
operation. You ready?
found guilty on.
The 12-year-old says, on an occasion where I am brought over, I and the kids are brought to my dad's house because it's a visit, and where I know that my mom is going over to Rosalio's home, the plan is I will call my dad and pretend, that my dad will drive us kids back to mom's house, which of course would be unoccupied, right? Because Sadie would have gone to Rosalio's home. So my dad will drive us back to the unoccupied house. It's important I keep a key so that I can get in even though mom's not there. I and the twins will go into the house.
Kyle also?
And then I will call my dad and tell my dad, even though he's just dropped me off, hey, mom abandoned us and left us alone.
I'm not so sure about that, but
this is the 12-year-old telling law enforcement that this is the plan
I'm with you. I'm with you.
devised for her, his spy. And she said, at that point, my dad would report this. He would report that my mom had left us abandoned. That is the lengths that we're willing to go to get control, to end this relationship. They call it the plan. It's discussed multiple times. Now, on May 16th, 2020, one day before Rosalio Gutierrez is never again seen by those who love him, May 16th. Remember, I told you on May 17th how full of hope Sadie was. Well, here's why. On the 16th of May, Sadie gets a communication from Rosalio saying to her, "Would you like to come meet my kids?" Rosalio has a boy, 11, and a girl, 8. They're at his house for the weekend on the 15th and 16th, and she's being invited for the first time to meet his kids. And they go for ice cream. And I think Sadie will tell you that this is a truly
there's
meaningful
probably
moment in her life,
limited capacity
still today when she thinks about it.
because of
Those few hours
Koof?
she spent with those kids and Rosalio. She left for the night. She didn't spend the night. It was the last time she ever saw Rosalio Gutierrez.
As you see, there's a couple of
But
them
it
that
meant
are
something to her because these
wearing
are
their
not an exclusive relationship.
diapers.
But it felt like her hopes that this relationship was going to build and get bigger and get better and maybe be the relationship for her. It felt like this really mattered. Here's how the defendant was handling that same visit. So just in case you thought he was not trying to be a part of that. He is
The lead in
texting
the
her.
water. You think it's
You
the lead
race
in the
down
water?
to
I mean,
Kenosha every chance you
Wisconsin's.
get to lay down with some Down syndrome Mexican version of your father.
It is known to have elevated levels.
That's a text from the defendant to Sadie trying to impose himself in this real moment in her life.
It's the interesting is
He's
where these
texting
people commit crimes
spy
beforehand
Stephen Lenz, who
and
lives
move themselves eventually
just
to
close enough to
Wisconsin.
Sadie that he can see if cars are in her driveway.
They think, yeah, Wisconsin. Wisconsin. That's where I should
This
move.
is the defendant to Stephen Lenz on May 16th.
That's going to be better than where I'm at.
Asking if she has a car in her driveway. Remember, she doesn't have the kids. So whether a car's in her driveway or not is frankly none of his.
Did you have a decent education level?
His spy is being employed at that moment.
Comparably to other states?
On the 17th of May, that's the day after this
so,
big moment where Sadie met his kids.
Wisconsin does have
And Sadie has said throughout this
some
case
things in some
like
areas.
the defendant is some way monitoring all her
It seems as this Kenosha area.
Communicating with Rosalio feels like
trouble.
The defendant seems to somehow know it in real time. No one knows how that happened. That's how it is. So at 1:52 p.m., this is literally 8 hours before Rosalio Gutierrez is gone and dead to everyone who knows him. 1:52 p.m., Sadie texts Rosalio. Sadie says to him in the text, "I want to be yours and get more serious with our relationship." Okay, that's how she felt after she met his kids. That's her putting herself out there, right? Not an exclusive relationship, but here it is. So there's some text back and forth. Rosalio calls her at 8:30 p.m. that night. This is an hour and a half before he's never seen again. And she misses that call. His last text to her is at 8:36 p.m., his phone to her phone. She never hears from him again. She tries him on the 18th of May. This is a relationship where they are in communication in some way, shape, or form several times a day during this period of time. On the 18th, absolutely no communication from him. On the 19th in the morning, still absolutely no communication from him. And so finally, she jumps in her car and she drives from the Milwaukee area on that morning. What is going on? Trying to figure out what's happening. And she gets to his home in Kenosha. And she finds that the sliding door is open. You'll see in the pictures, Rosalio Gutierrez has that apartment in an apartment complex that's the bottom floor, and his slider and his screen face right onto the road.
Nice.
So the sliding door is open, the screen is closed, and she looks in, and boy, does she see a lot of blood. She calls 911. And at the moment she calls 911 and law enforcement gets there, there will be a number of things that law enforcement focus on in their investigation. And I'd ask you to think about these areas of focus as you think about the evidence as it comes in.
Why not look at the whole thing?
One area of focus is, when was Rosalio Gutierrez last alive to those people who know him? Second area of investigation is, who has the motive and who has any pattern of conduct where they would be a person we should look to as a person who might have finished that pattern, completed that pattern, or acted on their motive and ended Rosalio Gutierrez's life. And then the third, of course, area of investigation was, where is the body of Rosalio Gutierrez? And I'm not going to belabor that in this opening. You'll hear about very substantial efforts in many jurisdictions,
because that
many
might
agencies, to look
be
for
something
the body of
against what
Rosalio
you're trying to
Gutierrez,
push.
which was never found. So on May 19th, okay, so this is 2 days after Rosalio has last been heard from, at 11:07 a.m., the Kenosha Police Department is at Rosalio's address. And they find through their investigation before too long that the last person in touch with him appears to be a woman whose last name is Macias, who received a text from him at 9:27 p.m. on the 17th, okay? And then she texted him back because she arrived at a building she thought was his. Turns out she was at the wrong building, but she thought she was at his building, and she calls him and texts him multiple times over the next half hour. Where are you? She'd never been here before. Are you coming out? You know, that kind of stuff. And there's never again an answer. So sometime after 9:27 p.m., the state's going to suggest to you all that blood results, and Rosalio Gutierrez is no more, for those who know him.
Mm-hmm.
They go through family and friends.
See,
and no
I'm
one
doubting
has
it
heard from
already.
him since
I'm
that
doubting it already because he's given very,
September,
very
that's
little.
9:27 p.m. time on May 17th, through any other method of communication. And so law enforcement focuses on Sadie Beecham. Remember, she called 911. She's still at the scene. She is distraught. She's shaking. She's overcome. And she's really focused. Members of the jury, you'll hear the officer testify. She's really focused on getting her kids safe. She's afraid that the defendant has done this and that her kids
I seriously
might not
haven't
be safe
heard that much about this case.
because of what she sees.
This is the most I've ever heard.
And so she is allowed to prioritize that.
Because I don't
And
pay
then
attention
this
to
investigation, of course, continues.
this kind
Rosalio's
of
vehicles are
stuff
still at
regularly.
the residence. His keys are there.
Uh,
There is a large amount of blood
figured I'd do
all
this.
over his residence.
It means to
several
do
rooms.
something to fill the
The outer
time.
hallway, including outer hallway in a way, suggests that that door opening into the hallway was open at a time when significant bleeding happened, including sprayed blood, blood that looks like it's impact type of blood. There's blood then right inside the door, as if someone is now in the apartment and they are continuing to have some sort of intervention or attack happen where their blood is spraying. That blood is all over that now closed door on that interior. It is all over the rug area there and on the walls and on the tables. It extends to the dining room table. It extends to the chairs on the dining room table. Some of it hits the laptop. Some of it is in the kitchen counter. Some of it is pooled blood throughout that area where you are first in the entrance. There is a small stick of processed wood like a baseball bat or some other hard object. It's not a log. It's not a piece of cut timber. That piece of wood ends up having blood on it, which is found to be the blood of Rosalio Gutierrez, and hair on it as well, which is also found to be Rosalio Gutierrez.
Okay.
There is significant blood on the curtains, which are on the entire other end of the apartment from where that entrance to the hallway comes. There is blood on the fan. There's blood on the ceiling in multiple rooms of this apartment. There is pooled and seeped blood into the carpet in the living room on the floor area, and seeped blood, a significant quantity of seeped blood on the couch.
So obviously
that is the
somebody
primary
did something.
couch in that living room.
And they're
And in the
thinking
middle
it's this
of
guy.
the area by the couch, there is a missing area where there's blood surrounding it, but then there's a rectangled off area that has no blood whatsoever. It's pristine, which certainly suggests to anybody who looks at it that an area rug, a medium sort of size area rug, was there when significant bleeding happened and is now missing from that apartment. There are little splinters of wood on the couch that are also there, interspersed in the blood and interspersed in hair that is located, strands of hair located on that couch as well. Law enforcement tests several locations at various places. You'll hear where they tested. Each time they tested and they found that it was blood, each of those times the blood came from one individual, and that was Rosalio Gutierrez. You will hear that the blood is sprayed, meaning there was impact in multiple locations and multiple different times based on where the blood is located and how the blood presents or looks when law enforcement is present. Remember, present 2 days, about a day and a half after the event. Again, that area rug is completely missing. You'll hear that you might hear some testimony about something called arterial spray, where there's a finer, misty place there too. So of what you might hear is
I have not paid attention to this particular case.
Some areas that you might hear about
the first time I'm
likely,
actually watching it.
or at least are possible areas where maybe a
Pain
knife
is the
or some
first I'm going to
sharp
watch it,
object
and we're going to watch it in entirety. It didn't look like it was much longer than like 3 or 4 hours. So I figured, why not? We'll attempt to watch it for what it is.
Say that he dropped his kids off.
Now I
He had
know,
them that weekend. He dropped them off on the 17th.
as I've looked through
Then
this,
he went home, and he was
that it
home
says
by
that he's
9:08
found
p.m.
guilty.
So just
Seems as
within
though
an
there's
hour
quite a few of you
when he's never
that
seen
have
again.
this feeling
Opened
that
a
he's
beer,
not.
drank a beer. I think maybe opened a second beer.
I'm going to go ahead and throw a poll up
Arrive. His TV was on.
to ask if you think if
And
he's actually
his
guilty.
Is never
Is he
it goes
actually
off
guilty?
at 10:30 p.m. around, and that's found several days later, hidden in his freezer, his phone and his credit
Go
cards.
ahead. We'll
are
put this
behind
poll
all
up
the
here
items
real
in his
quick. We'll see
freezer,
how many
hidden
people
there.
want to reach up and touch the poll
In the cold, the
and
phone goes
make it
off.
there.
Last time that phone is on in any
Poll.
way, shape, or form is 10:30.
That'll be the
around
first poll that
10:30
we'll do.
p.m.
We'll do several others here tonight, and we'll see how many people really
Rosalio's keys are there.
agree or
His
disagree
wallet
with what has already
has ended up on the couch over some areas that already had blood, so it was placed there after the bleeding occurred. As I said, his credit cards were found in the apartment. There's been no evidence that his credit cards or his bank accounts or any other identifying pieces of that type have been used ever in the 1,018 days since. The home, you'll see the pictures, is filled with pictures of his 2 children. 11 and 8. He didn't miss gymnastic events. He was an enthusiastic
mine.
baseball coach for his 11-year-old.
You don't.
He will hear electronic media
Do I have
talk
to
about
share
his
with you?
excitement and planning.
My wife comes and brings ice cream in here.
It will be
You're not even
starting
on.
literally just days.
Yeah, yeah.
Are you?
Certainly
Yes,
weeks.
that's.
Baseball
that mean
season
you're
is
not
right around
I'm
the
over
corner.
here.
Oh.
And watching his son play baseball was one of the
Ribbit.
true pleasures.
No,
of
they
his
can't
life.
see you. They can hear you.
2 days after
But
he is
Come
gone,
come and bring me ice cream
has,
like I'm gonna open it.
No, I was
planner,
hoping you could
that
be
he is
my
going to be at
superhero and
Camp
open it for
Timberlake.
me. I wasn't planning on sharing it with you.
but
Some of
I'm
you may know
sharing
that
with
local summer camp.
Tadpole. I gotta share with you
2 days-
too.
sorry, that's an experience.
Let me go get a
No.
spoon.
No,
on
you're
May
good.
19th,
No,
just
you're
2
right.
days after this.
I need
He never arrives. He never accounts for this
I
with
love
his
you
kids.
enough to share with you.
Obviously, he never coached
She's
baseball.
gonna give me
In
a
fact,
scoop of
neither
her
his
ice
kids.
cream.
We
Wonderful.
talked to him all the time. Saw him every week.
Yo, what
We were
up,
in
Jimmy?
contact with him multiple times a week. You'll hear that his 11-year-old son spoke to him during this time period multiple times per
I
day.
can find it, but it's a spork.
And there was never another
Silverware.
split second of communication, and has
That
not
is the
been
butter.
for 1,000
Silverware
years.
is the spork.
He has missed their birthdays.
I mean, not
He
gonna
and his
disagree
mother
with her. The
had a
spork is a
very
very,
close
very good
relationship.
utensil.
Very close. And he has missed all of her important occasions in the last 1,018 days. And the kids he was so devoted for. Never, ever before missed these occasions. Never before, ever out of touch his entire life with the people who cared about him. And not a peep from him.
How do you feel about that?
So I'm back to who
So
Lisa
as my
was first.
mukbang continues,
The defendant has
you're gonna
actively
eat some
admitted
ice cream
to
now, 'cause
Sadie
it's actually
that
pretty
he
tasty.
is jealous.
We gotta save some for Tadpole.
That he has
Excuse me.
admitted to he has admitted
What
to
would
Sadie,
that
and then
hand
finally
dish
to
be
law
for?
enforcement that he took his 11-year-old, as I mentioned, to the mom's home. He has a recording
taste like
of
cookie dough?
that incident.
It's
in
got
his
actual
phone,
cake.
a brief recording of
It's
that
probably
in his
cake because
phone.
it is confetti cake.
And
Confetti
so
cookie.
law enforcement certainly focuses on the
Pull up
person who
somewhere.
has documented
You're okay with being on?
and
You can be
jealousy
forever
about him.
etched in the
All
world of
this is
YouTube.
interesting
Are you
because
ready?
it happens while the defendant,
I don't think
according
you've
to a
actually been on
woman,
camera for
his
YouTube.
girlfriend, Christine
Wait, okay.
Rensburg,
Or
is
just because
literally
you're there,
living
please.
or staying
No,
for
you
4
should.
or
You
5
should be.
nights a
You
week
should. You should be okay.
at his girlfriend's home.
Yeah. So you're
So
in the,
what I'm describing to you are things he is doing.
not even on the camera.
both
I'm
if he
not.
has his kids over, if he is actually traveling around, or he is
So
doing it despite the
this
fact he
interesting,
continues to have
talented
this
gelato
relationship
like
with, when she's interviewed in May
confetti
of 2020,
cookie.
she says this
Isn't
relationship
that product
has
placement?
been
Won't
going
they
on
strike you for
about
that?
a year,
No,
Okay.
and that
We're-
he spends 4 to
we're just
5
eating
nights
ice cream.
We
at her
are.
house.
We're enjoying our ice cream.
But the motive for
We're
the
gonna let you
defendant
know.
is to end
I
this
want the
relationship
sprinkles. Should I go get extra sprinkles?
No,
and to do
You can do
anything
I'll do
extra.
that with Tadpole.
you can do extra sprinkles with Tadpole for
So,
sure.
Who's
The
being
defendant has
very
his
patient
kids on
right
this
now?
weekend of May 16th and 17th, right? This is the fateful weekend. Sadie picks those kids up in the afternoon.
I've got a very big smile on my
So
face
in
right
the
now.
late afternoon,
Obviously, you can't see
she
because
picks
his
those
placement
kids
of
up.
the camera.
And
I have the camera
and
set this
the
way
daughter
for a
will tell
reason.
you,
For
12
Tadpole.
years old, the back of my dad's van,
So you
his
can see this.
minivan, which he
This
used
rabbit
to
said, "Hello,
transport us
Mrs. Koolfrogg."
on the
Oh, I
afternoon
miss this.
of the 17th, so the same day this happened,
That's still so new.
was normal. There were no bleach stains and no problems with the carpet in the back of his minivan when she last saw it on the afternoon of the
Now
17th.
that stuff down at the bottom.
So now the question is, what is
That
the
stuff.
evidence that the defendant prepared
That's pretty tasty.
for
Some
this attack,
yellow cakey
this
thing.
murder?
No way, there's not
But one
another
of the things he
layer.
did was on
That's
May
the
15th,
sprinkles you're
took
tasting.
out
Mm-mm.
$50,000 in cash from his account.
Definitely there's
When law
sprinkles.
enforcement
What do you
gets
mean
to
there's
his
another
arrest,
layer?
more
No
than
way.
The yellow-
$46,000 in cash. You're going to see pictures of the
Here,
bank
let me
balance.
help you find it.
Okay.
Literally
Wait,
all
are
the
you gonna share it?
unconcealed,
You're not
balance.
good at sharing.
So he's got
I'm
that,
sorry.
and the state will suggest to you that's in case anything.
I'm
You
a
were when I
wonderful
first met
share.
you.
Make that
I'm a
Mm.
wonderful
run
share.
When I first met him, though,
to some
he had a
don't
moment.
don't let her don't let her
out of,
sway
harm's
you.
way or out of apprehension with that much money on hand.
You were selfish with the
You'll
passing.
hear the daughter indicate that
but I forgive you.
When she left on
Obviously.
Sunday afternoon,
You
just
still
hours
want my
before
heart.
Rosalio Gutierrez
Jimmy says, "Hey there, Lady Frog."
she saw rope and
There,
duct
thank
tape,
you.
new rope and
I
new
have
duct
always
tape
liked Lady.
down in his
Never call a
basement,
woman a
down,
woman.
on top
That's
of
my personal preference.
essentially
I find that
really a
offensive.
desk chair.
I think many women do.
Law
But
enforcement gets
hey,
to
women
this
out there, you let him
location on
know.
the 19th.
Personal
There is a
opinion.
wheelie chair down there in the basement. The daughter is
Goodness.
completely right about that.
And
But
sprinkles.
no rope, no new rope, and no new duct tape. So the state would suggest to you that is
Now, where's that
stuff.
yellow? Did you say it was
Thing that you
yellow?
need to move.
Or did you
There
not specify the color?
was something.
Bleeding,
I don't think you're right.
dead. You need to seal up a carpet. Try
I think
to
your taste
prevent
buds are
as much bleeding as you possibly
tricking you.
can from the body of the person you're removing from his own apartment. During this
Well,
period of
next
time,
time-
there is an extremely
Mhm.
heavy rain going on in Kenosha and in the Milwaukee area. Very
Okay.
heavy rain. And so people are not out and about, obviously. In the
I'm
same
going
way
to give that to her. Mm-hmm.
Another way that the defendant prepares is when we go into
You
his
go enjoy
multiple
that.
phones, we find that the
Well,
phone he usually uses
Tadpole.
to contact
No, I gotta
the phone that he
You're trying to
usually
eat it 'cause I'm-
uses in situations
spelling.
is not being
Well,
answered.
I'd
Though it is
like she said,
just
she.
before,
I'm not
just
that good
after,
at
but
sharing,
not being
so
answered from
the whole
7:30
container
p.m.
would be
to
eaten
11:19 p.m.
if I didn't
Left behind the phone that had
Stop
smart
now.
capabilities that would be tracked.
while I'm
Left that
being
behind,
generous and saying stop
and so
now.
was not able to answer the calls and the
I'll give you
texts that
ice
come from multiple people.
It's a big chunk of
including his
cookie dough,
girlfriend,
though. Or
Christine Remsburg,
you want me to find that
who
invisible
tries to
cake
contact
down
him
there?
multiple times because she is expecting him in those evening hours to come over. She's talking about what they're going to have for
I mean-
dinner. She's talking about what movie they're going to watch. And finally, she
Ice cream.
basically, sometime before 11:19 p.m., says, okay,
It's
I'm
not.
going to bed.
It's gelato.
She's expected him.
It's different.
Product
Never shows
placement,
up at her
you
house
might get a
and never
sponsorship.
gives her an explanation.
See, now that she
So
just said that,
after,
that it's
he would have time to drive from his home
it's
in Mequon
gelato.
to Kenosha,
It is.
commit this crime, and get back to the Mequon area.
product
Grab up
placement.
the phone that he hasn't been answering,
Let's go.
and
Let's
now
go.
Oh no,
texts
we're
her
really
and says,
dripping
"Oh,
here.
sorry, fell asleep. Fell asleep during the
Make
exact
the most
hours
Fork.
that Rosalio Gutierrez has never."
It tasted better with the spork, didn't it?
I
And
mean,
has a very long
it's
conversation
it's
with
ice
her,
cream. I'm gonna eat it.
42-minute conversation with her from midnight to 12:49. Maybe trying to get back in her good
It's
graces.
gelato.
Because she's back
I don't
with him
think
the
it
next
matters.
night.
Not
Ice
apples and
cream.
oranges.
For one of the very first times she's ever
Yeah,
come to
well,
his house.
if you haven't
His house
eaten your
that
daily
night,
vegetable or
the next
fruit,
night, and then the night after that, which is the night he's apprehended. So then I want to talk about the cover.
throw that for me.
Because a lot of times the way you can tell that somebody's responsible for something is their cover-up, right?
Oh,
It's a
I better
common
just
way
maybe I hand him the
of
container.
determining somebody did
That
something
might be a
really
dream
bad.
come true for a 4-year-old.
So officers
It might
get
be.
to the
Might be.
defendant
Let's go try it.
in the evening hours.
Okay,
And so it is, it's been 2 full
she's
days
gonna go do that.
since
She's gonna go hand that
Rosalio
container
Gutierrez
off
is gone
of
like
ice
everybody
cream
knows. And
to a
prior
wondrous
to police getting
tadpole.
there, a close
You should
couple
love
of
that
buddies
the
of
intake of sugar.
Rosalio Gutierrez, who
And
had
his
heard
body will shut
Rosalio
down.
Gutierrez say,
and
hey,
falls asleep.
I've got this new woman I'm seeing. Her name is Sadie. She's got a crazy ex-boyfriend, and maybe even that he broke in my truck one time, right? So when Rosalio Gutierrez is missing, and the friend group begins to understand this, Michael Campbell is the type of friend who will drive to the person's house where that is.
So who do you
suspected
think the
in
lady
his
with the
mind,
mask
and just go
is?
and try to confront the guy.
Who is she?
And so he and his buddy go
And
there.
if the reasoning that
And they
she's
beat the police there.
missing
The
all
police
so
are still,
often,
doing the police thing.
is it necessary
And
that she
they
needs to
bring
be
up,
there?
hey, our buddy Rosalio is missing.
Did she miss
You know anything
some
about it?
important
And
information?
the defendant claims he's not his brother, claims he's not Zachariah Anderson. He claims he's his brother. He calls the cops. By then, these guys have already left. They're not trying to fight anybody or anything else. They're simply trying to ask a question. This guy's clearly not going to answer their question. They leave. So he already knows by that moment that Rosalio Gutierrez, this person he's focused on, who he's been to his house, he's texted a direct quote of what he said, he's done all sorts of other stuff regarding him, he's certainly communicated to Sadie many times about him. This guy's missing. When they go on the 19th and they look inside that minivan of the defendant, they find that the back is bleached. There's all sorts of bleach stains on the back carpeting. That the seats are out, just the front seats are in, and the back third of the carpeting in that van has literally been cut out. So you're down to where the electronics is exposed, you're down to the plastic flooring under. The carpeting from the minivan is missing, is cut out. Where on the 17th in the afternoon,
Yeah, ClickJar Jimmy, thank you for that
daughter
ad
said,
revenue.
Yeah, it was in there.
Thank you for
Nothing
that
was cut
ad
out.
revenue.
And there was no bleach.
I really do appreciate
Fresh
you.
smell of bleach.
Way to get around the ad
Carpet
revenue.
cut out in the last
Help
48 hours.
your favorites,
You'll hear that in the
all of your
early
favorite
morning hours
creators.
on the 18th. So let's say defendant
You get the
arrives
premium,
back in
and the
Bethlehem.
creator actually
By
makes more
4:18 a.m., he's searching
when you
for
don't
area stores by him.
watch the ads
And when
and
they
you
first open.
pay for the premium.
So he puts in Menards, he puts in Walmart, he's going through all
So
the
if you like
basic
your
stores.
creators,
Which of them opens first is essentially his line of
watch
inquiry.
them ads.
And he ends up getting a Walmart, opens at 8. This search happened at 4:18 a.m. Okay, this is now about 6 hours after Rosalio Gutierrez is last known alive. And you will decide what to make of this. The defendant arrives there just after 8, like 8:15, 8:18. It's pouring rain. It's still pouring rain, just as it was the day before. Pouring rain parking lot, not many cars. He parks as far as you can humanly park that minivan from the entrance. And he walks that whole distance in, as opposed to parking in any of the probably hundreds of spots that are closer. He parks as far away as possible. Does he have the body still in the back of that car, wrapped in that rug? He buys, with cash, bleach, rubber gloves, garbage bags, shampoo, Q-tips, pays cash, leaves, and heads over to an area where he is doing home demo and rent. He's doing some demo at a lake house.
Feel
in
like
the
this guy
Belgium,
deserves a
Wisconsin
poll
area.
of his own.
A little more isolated locations, not his house, in case law enforcement was already looking for him, in case the body had been discovered. This is on the 18th in the morning, okay, just hours after Rosalio Gutierrez has never been seen. He's at that location, according to his phone, for 3 hours. And then leaves
And the other,
to
and this
many other
poll that's up.
locations, but near
3
that
votes.
location, so within that immediate area, is a state
2
park,
people say he's
is
actually
Lake Michigan,
not
is a
guilty.
number of other remote locations.
One
and
said
hundreds
yes.
of dumpsters, right? Over the
You had
course of any
three
area in
people
Wisconsin,
vote
there
on
are
the poll.
hundreds of dumpsters
You haven't reached
where you
up and
might
touched the
put
top of the
remains
poll. Just reach up,
of
touch the top.
Rosalio Gutierrez.
It'll end here very shortly.
He's got a burn
And we'll
pit
do
at his
another
house
poll.
that he
We'll
has
try to keep you all as
smoldering when the cops
interactive
get
as
there 2 days later.
potentially
He's been
possible.
operating the burn pit in the pouring rain. In it are
No,
underwear bands
No,
from Fruit of the Loom
all right,
underwear,
I get you.
jean buttons, steel-toed boot components. Did he burn some
Happy to
clothes
watch an
that he had
ad
been
for
wearing?
me. I appreciate that. So then I'm gonna end the poll.
Officers eventually get
Poll
into
is ending.
the defendant's laptop.
Ended.
When they get into
Ended.
it, they find a file that's labeled Rosalio Gutierrez Jr. So it's got his name.
Two people said no, he's actually
This is
not
before
guilty.
law enforcement talks to him.
Those
I mean,
two that
I'm
are saying
sorry,
he's actually not
they don't
guilty.
know this. They've
I'd
been
like
in
to
his
hear
ear when they speak.
exactly what it is that you,
But he's
why
typed in
you
name,
think
Rosalio
this,
Gutierrez Jr.
as we listen
In that
through
order.
this.
Picture
If
after
anybody's
picture
interested
screenshots
and
of
would like to
tasteful
throw their
photos
opinions or
of
their ideas at me on
Rosalio
this,
Gutierrez
just hit me up and
out
we'll throw you a
socializing,
link.
but
You can
also a
come
number
join.
of pictures
Come
of
join me.
his kids.
Could have some fun.
And we're going to show those to you to let you think about whether this is obsessive sign of dangerous behavior to have collected these kind of
However it
photos
be,
in this folder on your laptop.
Any thoughts or ideas that
It's
you
got
have in
business
any event,
info. It's got CCAP entries. It's got an electronic map that's pinned to the actual location of Rosalio's home. And then in that same file,
can
under that
really
same
tell
label,
that this guy
he's got a picture
is
of one of these
from
traps.
somewhere in around
Just a photo
near
of the track,
Wisconsin for
like a
sure.
screenshot, right? Auto
Really
tracker,
talks like
voice
he's from
activated,
Wisconsin.
that spy equipment that he has ordered and paid for just days before. So the defendant, when law enforcement speaks to him on May 19th, knows Rosalio Gutierrez is missing, knows they want to talk to him about the possible stalking of Rosalio Gutierrez. That's what they tell him they're talking.
Really?
He knows what he has been doing. He knows the facts that we've described happened. There's no way the defendant does not understand how important a moment this is. Here's his chance. He's an innocent man, right, to talk about exactly what the details are that will exonerate him.
Keep that chat
Check this
right up.
out.
Everybody can, have some. I know y'all have something to say.
Here's what the defendant
It
does.
says there's 10 people still watching.
When asked what vehicle he drives, he wants to stick
If you haven't
with
done so, hit that
he
like
drives
button.
the Audi.
We're going to listen through the rest of this. There's a lot to
In
go.
actual fact, Christine Remsburg is
You
driving
never know
the
who's going to
defendant's
come in
Audi
here and who's going to
because her car's on the
change the way
So
the
he hasn't
night
driven that car around
trajectory
recently much at all.
is headed.
In
Could
the
be, it could
Walmart
end up
video,
being one
for
of the
instance, on
best
the
nights
18th,
that we've
he's
had in a
driving the
while.
minivan. When he drives the kids back and
Disguised.
forth on the 17th, he's
Disguised
driving the
under
He decides to only share that he's driving the
what
Audi.
we would like to have hoped it have been
Why
of
not
the
bring up
members
minivan?
only.
Why not tell him right away, hey,
Eric
the car I'm
Hunley
using is
that
the
will
minivan.
be
Please go search it.
rescheduled.
Go do whatever you want. Go take a look at my minivan.
Will be rescheduled.
Absolutely. Instead, he wants to talk about the Audi. Reluctantly indicates that the minivan is a vehicle. Oh, but anybody could drive that. That's how he decides to behave, knowing how important this moment is. He acts to these officers, tries to give these officers the officers the impression he doesn't even know this Mexican guy's name. I think they call him Junior, something like that, he wants to say. Well, he's written Rosalio Gutierrez Jr. in his computer. He's told his daughter the name of Rosalio Gutierrez. There's a phone message or a phone recording that he records between him and Sadie where he finally admits, okay, I told her the name. And yet with law enforcement on the 19th, he chooses to act as if this is not even a name he knows. He says Olivia gets that from a grandma, when in fact, he admits to Sadie that's not the case. He denies ever being at Rosalio's home to the officers, where we know based on the electronic evidence, both his text and his own phone, that he's there on May 13th. We know that. But he chooses to deny that he has been there. In fact, says, I don't think I've been to Kenosha. Though his phone is going off a Kenosha tower when he is directly quoting Rosalio. Then he's asked a very simple question. Again, this is the 19th. Where were you in the evening 2 days earlier? Okay? Not where were you 5 Wednesdays ago. Where were you in the evening 2 days ago? He says, Yeah, I was with my girlfriend, Christine Remsburg, spent the night over there. That's where I was. Later goes off that. Later changes that up a little bit. But that's what he wants to go with. When Christine Remsburg, who has been with him the last 2 nights after he didn't show up at her house on the date of this homicide, when she's asked that question, also during this exact same time period,
Elizabeth says, I hope I
she
just
also
die of
chooses
regular causes,
to
not
provide
murdered
him
horribly,
to provide
because
false
I
information about
don't
his
want
whereabouts. She says,
YouTubers
yeah, he was
probing
with me,
through my life.
and that's completely
I
false.
agree with you. It'd
She
be
eventually is
horrible,
exposed because her sister
horrible
says,
for anything like that to happen, for
that's not what
anybody to
happened. And
be
when confronted with that, she says, okay, you're right. He wasn't at my house.
unnecessarily
So the two of
murdered.
them have exactly the
It's
same
sad,
false information.
and
about where
for
he
somebody
was.
to
So
dig into
you
it
are going to
continuously,
finally hear
look
2 other
into it,
important pieces of evidence.
probe into it, try to find something new,
One is when the crime lab
a reason that would
examines
make
the
somebody
van in
guilty or
question.
not,
These are, people who are the experts in the state
and that's all you have.
at trying to figure out whether there's
And they go
worthwhile
ahead and they
evidence
find
and
somebody
trying to
that's
do the
not
appropriate
supposed to be
testing of evidence
guilty of
having
something.
to do with DNA.
Sometimes
So the experts come
it
and
takes
and the van is
somebody
eventually
like
brought to
us,
them,
some
and they go
novices,
through
just
that
sitting
van,
around,
and they
just
identify
combing
a
through it, and
particular
us being like,
location
"Hey, wait a minute."
that is near the back. So in that same 1/3 of the minivan where the carpet has now been cut out, but it's about
Changing
halfway
something,
up, and it's on the
but-
plastic panel, and it's just a little speck.
It's interesting.
When the 2 DNA and crime scene
No
analysts,
kidding.
DNA and crime scene analysts
Feel the
see
same
that,
way.
they
Yeah,
both say,
I think most
we
of
think
us
that's blood.
would feel
But
just
it's
that
so
way.
small that they decide
Saddened,
that is just gonna be
disturbed,
our observation. We're not
disturbed for what it is.
We're afraid we might not get DNA if we do that. So they observe.
I
they
wish
believe
this
it's
kind
blood.
of.
It is
I
taken
couldn't
to the crime
imagine
lab. It is tested, and based
how
on the
many
results,
people have watched
again, the analyst Lisa Trevinger
this series of
will
videos.
tell you she believes it's blood. She believes that based on process.
Sean D said, "Go ahead and watch it." Where's Sean D? Where'd he go?
It's not skin cells. It's not saliva. It's not a piece of hair, and therefore, based on the content, based on what we can get on the results, it is blood. I believe it to be blood. She will offer that opinion. She'll also tell you that her test tells her that that blood is the DNA of Rosalio Gutierrez. Rosalio Gutierrez, there's not going to be any evidence he's ever been in this van, certainly that he's ever bled in this van, that he has anything to do with this van. And his blood, his DNA, is located on that speck amidst the area, not in the same area, but in the van
He
filled
has
with
a
bleach.
girlfriend, but the wife
and
wasn't
with
allowed a
cutout
boyfriend.
Cutout carpet is never found.
I mean,
Clothes that the defendant was wearing on the 17th.
there's a lot of people that have.
Then finally, you're going to hear
Just
evidence
interesting.
of an individual, an inmate named Marquand Washington. Marquand Washington has very serious
Lives that they
federal
lead,
charges that are
where they
going
go
on right
out
now.
and they have these
Housed
open
in jail
relationships
on
to a
those federal
point.
charges. You'll hear him
And
say that
they're only for
several months
one
ago,
side
he
or the
came
other.
forward to his attorney and
Usually
told his
not
attorney
all that open.
that I previously roomed with. I shared a cell. I was a bunkmate with the defendant.
Debbie, I'm right there with you on that. I really don't know
some common sort of criminal activity. So we talked
this particular case.
I'm
I've
not
heard
talking
of it.
details, but that they bonded over some.
I've heard a lot of people talk
discussions
about it.
of their life prior to
It
this.
wasn't something that I had planned on doing tonight.
You'll hear.
It just so happens
Marquand
to be
Washington was able to tell
that we
details
kind of
about
took
the
a
case, such as when the police raided
vote
the defendant's residence
to go ahead
found
and
a lot
watch
of money,
this.
and a little bit of weed.
And
you'll hear Marquand Washington.
I'm down.
The defendant
I'm down.
described the house that was
I'll watch
raided
it
as
too.
a crappy house, but in a nice area. You'll hear Marquand Washington say the defendant told him when talking about murder that murder takes a lot of work, that you have to figure out ways to track people and stalk them, learn their habits, learn what they are up to so that you can find your moment. He suggested trackers from Amazon would be something that would be worthwhile to consider. Marquand Washington says the defendant told him that he wrapped the body up and took it away, that he put the body in trash bags, that he made sure the trash was gone and so it will never be found. Marquand Washington will say, well, how did you lift that guy? You know, how did you lift him, you know, like however you got him out of there? And the defendant told him, I was working out at that point. I was so strong, adrenaline. He said, I was like Superman. The combination of adrenaline and my working out was what allowed him to do it solo. Marquand Washington tried to get him to tell him, well, why? Why'd you do this? And he said he never really had a real answer, but that one thing that struck him that the defendant told him was, my ex was getting serious with this guy, and she was happy. The defendant admitted to Marquand Washington he also had a girlfriend then, though they are no longer together during the period of time that the two of them stayed together. But he provided those details. So you'll hear about the preparation. You'll hear about the act itself. You'll hear from people who love and care about Rosalio Gutierrez that he is gone. You'll hear about the physical evidence, and you'll hear about the confession made. And when you combine all of those pieces of evidence, then from the state's perspective, you will have enough evidence and will hold the defendant responsible. Thank you.
Okay, so that was an opening. So then it's gonna drop right into from the prosecution's opening into an objection halts defense opening statements, which lasts about a half hour. Should be interesting to see what happens with the rest of this. I think I've taken, because I've never listened to this case, I think I've taken the side of being on his side that I don't think he did it. I don't think he did it right at this point in time. There's nothing that's making me believe that he really did do it, other than the fact that they're pointing fingers at him, and that's what they're going to do when it comes from that side. They don't have a choice but to point fingers at him. Is what I'm thinking. So prosecutors are going to do what they can to get their convictions. And some of the prosecutors are out there, I bet can be corrupt. I bet some of them could be corrupt. So then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put this screen back up here. This one. There you go. We'll go ahead and we'll listen to this next part. Again, this is 30 minutes long. Anybody expecting Eric Hunley? Sorry about that.
The essence of this case is actually quite
Did not
simple.
show.
The state just walked you
Or he
through
showed
for quite
rather
some
and
time
said that
about
he
the
couldn't.
evidence and how it thinks it's going to come through during this trial. But at the end of the day, law enforcement nor the state have no idea what happened to Mr. Gutierrez's body. They don't know when exactly anything happened in Mr. Gutierrez's apartment. They have no idea where any alleged remains of Mr. Gutierrez's body is. They have none of that. There are no witnesses that saw my client, Mr. Zachariah Anderson, at 3709 15th Avenue in Kenosha on May 17th, 2020. They have absolutely no witnesses that say, hey, we saw Mr. Anderson and he had bloody clothes or he was acting suspicious. They have none of that because none of that evidence exists. No body, no human remains, no indication of cleaning up
Well,
a crime scene.
no body,
despite
no
what they
human
say
remains. Well, I hope so.
occurred in that van. I'll talk to you a little about that later. They don't have any of that. Yet they decided to build a script, and the evidence will show you this. They decided to build a script and tell a story and make Mr. Anderson the main character, despite the fact that they didn't have any of this evidence. No body, no human remains, no witnesses, nothing. If you're looking in the wrong places and at the wrong people, you are not going to find the information you're looking for. The state just talked to you at length about some of the evidence that it believes is going to come in, and that evidence is going to show you that Mr. Anderson committed the crimes as charged. And the state and myself, he explained to you kind of what opening statements are. I'm not going to do that. You're all capable people of understanding why we're speaking to you right now. But I'm speaking because I see the evidence a little bit differently. And when I'm walking you through the evidence that will come in today, it's not based on speculation. It's not based on some theories that are in my head where there's no evidence to back that up. I'm going to walk you through the actual evidence that will come through during this trial. But let's start with what the state kind of walked you through, that this really all stems because Mr. Anderson is a crazy, jealous, obsessive ex. The evidence during this trial will debunk that theory. And in addition to that issue, motive is not an element of the crime. In order to be threatened by a serious relationship has to exist. The state talked about how things were getting heavy between Mr. Gutierrez and Miss Beecham, that they were meeting each other's kids, that there was talk about that. What the state didn't inform you was that Mr. Gutierrez was actively dating and seeing several other women. He was not in any means exclusive with Miss Beecham. He had in fact told some of his closest friends that he was intending on breaking up with Miss Beecham. Miss Beecham had never met a single one of Mr. Gutierrez's friends. And this concept of that the state talked about how, she had never talked to her child about Mr. Gutierrez, or that information must have come from Mr. Anderson. That's not accurate. And the text messages that will come in will establish that Miss Beecham had discussed Mr. Gutierrez with her daughter. There were text messages that she sent to Mr. Gutierrez that says, Liv wants to meet your kids before she meets you. Well, obviously, she must have had a conversation with her daughter about who Mr. Gutierrez was, but still doesn't change the underlying factor that this was not a serious relationship. Additionally, from February of 2020 through May of 2020, there was consistent communication between Mr. Anderson and Miss Beecham. And that communication wasn't, oh, I want you so bad, come back with me. It was kind of a mutual agreement that their relationship was toxic. They were never getting back together, that she had guys she was seeing, and Mr. Anderson had his own girlfriend. The timeline. The state said that the timeline shows Mr. Anderson must have been involved, but the state's ignoring critical evidence as to that timeline. The state admitted May 17th, 2020, Mr. Anderson had his kids, his 3 children. They were at his home in Mequon, Wisconsin. That later in that afternoon, around 5 to 6, Miss Beecham picks them up. Mr. Anderson then, they don't have any evidence that Mr. Anderson left his home. They claim that this is the time where he traveled down to Kenosha, but you'll hear from law enforcement officers that they got surveillance video from multiple places, not only in the Mequon, Ozaukee County area that Mr. Anderson would have had to pass to get to Mr. Gutierrez's apartment, but they also got surveillance from gas stations, schools, the transit authority, from the buses, from neighbors' ring cameras, from the area in Kenosha that Mr. Anderson would have had to have passed if he was driving. And you'll hear from law enforcement that they don't observe Mr. Anderson's vehicle. So the state has absolutely, there will be no evidence during this trial that will be presented to you that shows that on May 17th, 2020, when Sadie Beecham is at Mr. Anderson's home, she sees him there. He then texts someone at 11:19 p.m., and you'll hear from law enforcement officers that his phone pings at his home at 11:19 p.m. Nothing shows he ever left home that night. People falling asleep around 7 to 8 p.m. as adults who have children and have been with them all day, that's not unreasonable. So the next morning, he wakes up, he goes to Walmart. You'll hear evidence that Mr. Anderson's a contractor. He was going to a home up in Cedar Grove area that he was working on. He was doing lath removal and other serious removal jobs. It was basically a complete reconstruction of the property. And so if he went to Walmart and parked far away, you'll hear evidence that he had tools in his van. And in addition to that, he then goes to his job site for 3 hours. And the state's saying that after that,
confusing me at this point.
They don't know where he goes. No idea. The evidence will establish that after he was at the house in Cedar Grove for 3 hours, he went to Menominee Falls to pick up his taxes. That's a nice fact that the state didn't talk about that will come in. And what's interesting about the fact that Mr. Anderson had gone and picked up his taxes in Menominee Falls right after working at his job site in the morning is that that evidence wasn't readily given to the defense. That you'll hear that this evidence, this receipt that stated 5/18/2020 from the tax accountant services was a piece of paper that was located in Mr. Anderson's van. And that law enforcement, when they executed the search on Mr. Anderson's property, they took all the papers and put them in a pile and labeled them miscellaneous
The majority of you
papers.
still in
And
the
they
greens
took
that
one
he's
picture of all of those papers and put that into discovery,
not
and
guilty?
that picture's blurry. You'll see that picture. It wasn't until the defense asked to see that documentation that we saw this receipt that proved that Mr. Anderson wasn't, for hours, getting rid of a body, but was going to pick up his taxes in Menominee Falls. And you'll hear from the accountants that he was there. You'll also hear from them that they had video surveillance, that law enforcement, had they gone and talked to these people, would have been able to get that surveillance video to see what Mr. Anderson was wearing, the fact that he didn't have any blood on his clothes. And then after he picks up his taxes, he goes back home and spends the night with his girlfriend, Christine Remsburg. The next morning, They wake up. It's a normal day. But it's not normal for Mr. Anderson because two random people show up on his property demanding that they speak with a person named Zachariah Anderson. And Mr. Anderson knows that he doesn't know these people. They don't know what he looks like. So he says, hey, I'm his brother. He's not here right now. What do you want? And they say, as the state noted, we're looking for our missing friend from Kenosha. And these people are snooping around his property, acting suspicious. And so what does Mr. Anderson do? He calls 911 himself and says, hey, there's these two random people that are on my property demanding to speak with me. I told them that I'm my brother because I'm a little concerned about why they're here, and they're demanding questions about their missing friend from Kenosha. The man who the state's alleging
Why
had
would he
something
call
to
the cops
do
on
with
himself?
the disappearance of Mr. Gutierrez is calling 911 and saying they're saying that I had something to do with this missing guy from Kenosha. Law enforcement responds to the home, but it's not to respond to Mr. Anderson's concerns. They're there to arrest Mr. Anderson and to execute a search warrant on his property. He's taken into custody. They take pictures of what he's wearing: white t-shirt, blue jeans. They send some of those, they say, oh, there looks to appear to be a stain on this shirt. Let's swab it and send it to the crime lab. Not blood. No DNA of Mr. Gutierrez. Oh, the jeans, looks like there's another red dot. Let's swab it and send it to the crime lab. No blood, no DNA linking back to Rosalio Gutierrez. They took pictures, you'll see these, of Mr. Anderson's hands, feet, arms, not a single scratch, not a single bruise, nothing. So the state's assertion that there's going to be evidence that Mr. Anderson had time to get rid of every single possible piece of evidence, the body, all remains, everything that he used to clean up. The state talked about some items bought at Walmart. They were 13-gallon trash bags and 2 things of Clorox wipes. Don't think that's enough to meticulously clean up a crime scene, nor is there any evidence that that is. Additionally, as you'll
Hey,
hear,
Wendy.
this was during the height of COVID.
You didn't really miss much.
It was basically still almost about to be the lockdown. Or
Eric
actually,
Hunley
it
was
was in the middle of the
no-show.
lockdown. So searching to see what stores are open before you go to a job site
Said that he'd like to
is not
reschedule.
bizarre. You'll also hear
So
that
I
during
turned it into a
COVID,
mukbang.
items such as Clorox
I
wipes
ate my
and
dinner,
gloves were extremely hard to come
had some
by,
dessert,
and you would pick them up when you got the opportunity.
and we're watching Zachariah Anderson case.
So the timeline
Seems to be
that the
interesting
state
for what it
told you,
is.
there's evidence that supplements that shows Mr. Anderson could not have had the opportunity to commit
Something
the
I never
charged
paid
offense.
attention to before. I've heard
The other
and seen plenty of
piece of
hashtag
evidence that the state talked about was Marquand Washington.
about wanting to
And
save
that
him.
Mr. Anderson allegedly
Mr.
admitted
Anderson
to him
didn't do
that
shit.
he did this and that he stabbed Mr. Gutierrez, took his body, put it in some trash bags, and took the trash out and got rid of him forever.
It could be
The
wrong,
state talked to you a
but
little bit about Marquand Washington. Marquand Washington is currently facing a minimum of 10 years to life, and it's a federal case. And you'll hear during this trial that in federal cases, when there are mandatory minimums, the only way to deviate from that mandatory minimum, so the only way to get less than 10 years is if you cooperate. If you provide information and then get on the stand and testify to that and cooperate, that the government, who's the prosecutor in a federal case, can file a document to say, Judge, we're asking for lesser than that 10-year mandatory minimum. And you'll see that in Mr. Washington's plea paperwork, the government nicely outlines that in order for you to get less time, this is what you're going to have to do. Now, the state didn't mention this to you, but Mr. Washington is someone who will literally do anything to get out of his situation. That they had evidence, that the federal government had evidence that he intimidated the witnesses and victims in his own case in an attempt to get out of his situation. And when that didn't work, he was left with one option: cooperation. And in February of 2022, the federal government was told that he had information that he wanted to share. And they wrote a letter to him and they said, Mr. Washington, we've heard that you want to share some information about some crimes that you have knowledge about in the Milwaukee surrounding area. Please let us know what that is. He did not mention Mr. Anderson in February of 2022, and that's critical because the state said that Mr. Anderson trusts Marquand Washington, but Marquand Washington only was housed with Mr. Anderson for approximately 3 weeks. It was a very short housing situation. And those 3 weeks was from December of 2021 to February of 2022. Or no, sorry, I apologize. It was December of 2021 to January 31st of 2022. So in February of 22, he would have had this information, but he didn't share it then. No, he only shared it about 3 weeks ago in a case that's been going on since May of 2020, when he's allegedly had this information for almost 2 years. But what's even more critical is Marquand Washington, as the state says he will testify, and I'm saying as the state will say he will testify because the defense did not have the opportunity to meet with Mr. Washington. Mr. Gravely, the district attorney, and Vincent Carrera, a detective, they met with Marquand Washington, and they questioned him for an hour and 30 minutes approximately. They did not record the interview. Instead, they gave the defense a 2.5-page summary of what he would say. But what I do know from that 2.5-page summary is that he claims that Mr. Anderson said he stabbed the guy. The officer, the state talked about how you'll hear from officers about the blood stain pattern analysis completed in this case. That officer will tell you that he believed that the stain patterns that were seen in Mr. Gutierrez's apartment were consistent with blunt force trauma. That was his opinion just in February of last year, Officer Van Wee, and in his reports from closer to May 2020, he wrote that he believed it was blunt force trauma, so a heavy object or an object hitting someone. And also Detective Carrera wrote in his reports that it was blunt force trauma. There was never a single mention in Van Wee's reports or Detective Carrera's reports that the stain pattern analysis were consistent with sharp force injuries. There's a difference between blunt force injuries and sharp force injuries. Sharp force injuries is a knife.
Mm-hmm.
No mention of that.
Okay.
In fact, you'll hear that Mr. Gutierrez was an avid baseball fan, loved baseball. Not only did he love baseball, but he loved to play baseball with his kids. And he was a coach for minor leagues.
What's that? What?
And so he had baseballs in his apartment and in his truck. He had gloves in his apartment and in his truck. You know what wasn't recovered in the crime scene? Or in a truck? Not a single baseball bat. Not a single one. But the state told you that they had a shard of, the state said it themselves, what could have come off of a baseball bat with blood on it. So the evidence will contradict itself. It can't be the stabbing and it can't be the baseball bat.
It's an interesting
The next
ordeal.
item that the state talked about was the DNA in the van, and the state claims that there will be a witness that will get up here and tell you that that was blood in that van. And I'm not sure where that's coming from. Because Lisa Treffinger, who's an analyst at the state crime lab, was the individual in charge of processing the van and that particular dot. And it was so small, like freckle size. She's the individual responsible. And you'll hear from her and other state crime lab analysts that they processed that van extremely thoroughly. You'll see pictures of the van too. Not a van that's been cleaned. There's dirt everywhere, dust on the dashboard, no indication that it's been cleaned, no blood in the front driver's seat. In fact, no blood anywhere. They saw red dots, tested it for blood. They did a test that's specific to determine if a item that purports to look like blood is blood. Negative. They did luminol testing. I don't know if any of you are aware of that, but what they do is they spray this substance and it will basically light up if there's the presence of blood. Didn't light up. They said that there was this one flicker of light, so they tested that area. Negative for blood. This dot that the state claims someone's going to tell you was blood, in an email from Lisa Treffinger, the analyst that will testify, you'll hear her tell you that the state asked her. An email from the state. I just wanted to confirm that the sample that was sourced to Rosalio from the van was blood, right? This was analyst Treffinger's response, and she'll testify to this. We could not confirm it was blood. Her own words, not mine. DNA in his van, though. How do you explain that? The state claims that the explanation of how Mr. Gutierrez's blood got in the van was because Mr. Anderson must have killed him. But the evidence will tell you that there's a far more logical explanation for how that occurred. The state talked to you about the evidence that might come in about an incident that happened on April 24th, 2020, where Mr. Anderson had gone into Mr. Gutierrez's vehicle, had taken something out. This was talked about between Ms. Beecham and Mr. Gutierrez at length.
What does he do? What kind of work does he do at his work site?
About
crime scene cleanup?
how Mr. Anderson
I mean,
had gone in his car.
Maybe, but
and they talked about how maybe something should be done about that. There was conversations between them about how maybe Mr. Anderson should get a taste of his
consequently,
own medicine.
Get unalived by somebody
Later
else.
that night, at 11:10 p.m. on
It
April
had
25th,
nothing to do with the
2020,
person that you're
Ms.
assuming
Beecham
it is.
received a text from Mr. Gutierrez that said, "What's his address?" Sadie responded, "Well, I guess if he has your info, you should have his." And then Mr. Gutierrez sends her a text with Mr. Anderson's address. This is on the 25th. And then on the 26th, he sends her a text that says, "For the record, only if you say it's okay." He also sent, and then Ms. Beecham sends him a text, "He's gonna find out." This all happens on the 26th of April.
Could you imagine wearing a mask?
Mr. Gutierrez is apprised of the fact that
going to
Mr.
pick your
Anderson
nose
went into his vehicle.
through the mask?
Sadie and Mr. Gutierrez talk about how something should be done similar to Mr. Anderson. And then on April 26th, 2020, Mr. Gutierrez's Cellbrite location data puts him at 6813 Highland Road, Mequon, Wisconsin. He's there. Mr. Gutierrez, after talking about how something similar should be done to Mr. Anderson, that something similar being going into a vehicle, is at Mr. Anderson's house.
Who's
His
that?
location puts him there.
Okay.
And then right after he's there, he has a video FaceTime with Miss Beecham for 2.5 hours.
Okay.
And that conversation occurs at 3:11 a.m. in the morning. In addition to the fact that there's more reasonable explanations, as you'll see through the evidence, that is ignored by the prosecution, the fact that the timeline illustrates Mr. Anderson could not have done this, the fact that no one puts him there on May 17th, 2020, the fact that there is no blood in the van, there's no body, there are no remains, there's no murder weapon. They still are going with the fact that Mr. Anderson committed this crime. That's because, remember, that's who they chose as their main character. They ignored, and by they I mean law enforcement, ignored legitimate leads and follow-ups, suspicious people. And they ignored that because on May 19th, 2020, when law enforcement met with Sadie outside of Mr. Gutierrez's apartment, she said, my ex had something to do with it. And they said, great, let's run with it. We're going to try to build a case around him, even if we don't have a body. We have no explanation of what happened to him. We have no explanation of where Mr. Anderson would have put a body. We're going to run with him. So what did they ignore? They ignored Miss Beecham. Miss Beecham, as the state noted, went to Mr. Gutierrez's residence at around 11 a.m. on Monday,
Finger.
May 19th, 2020.
Like a surname that aligns with the profession.
She had only been dating this guy for a couple months. This guy was dating other people. They only saw each other every other weekend, some weekends. It wasn't a hot and heavy relationship like the state wants it to purport. The evidence isn't going to show that.
So you end
She's
up
only
with
been
a whole
dating this
ton
guy
of
for a couple
Smiths.
months, a guy she met off of Facebook dating, and decides, you know what, haven't heard from him. I'm going to go to his house in the middle of the day when he would be working to see what's up. Sure, there could be innocent explanations to that, but you'll also hear evidence that Miss Beecham had constantly been texting with her best friend, Rebecca Jekyll, about how she thinks Zach's tracking her, but can't prove anything. She says that. She says that to Rebecca Jekyll, and she's complaining about it. And this is all on 5/14/2020. She's complaining about it. Text messages between her and her best friend, Rebecca Jekyll. And on May 14th, 2020, Rebecca Jekyll randomly texts Sadie Beecham and says, in this discussion string where they're discussing how she, is so irritated with Mr. Anderson, Miss Jekyll sends a random out-of-place text that says, phone call has been placed. All I was told is it will begin and you will not know when, where, or how. Call me in 1 week. And what's 1 week later? When she's at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment. So if we could have the objection heard outside the presence of the jury.
Go ahead, Ms. Gravely.
Yeah, what?
What did you say?
I do want to do it outside the presence of the jury. I apologize. This thread is something that we've litigated prior.
Generally, folks,
Apologize.
If I may.
quiet, please. I'm going to ask you to step just into the library. If somebody needs to go upstairs, you're welcome to do so, but come right back down. But go into the library, and I don't think this will take long, and make yourselves comfortable there, please. Gravely? I hadn't pressed the button, that's why.
My objection is that the defense line of argument that's just been stated regarding Sadie Beecham is a violation of State v. Denny. To be able to name a party and indicate that there are factual circumstances that are consistent with them being guilty of procuring this homicide in the alternative is exactly what Denny was designed to prevent. The court is aware that Denny asks that the defense file a written motion giving all parties notice so that the parties do not, in mid-trial, have alternative actual named parties be described, as well as factual circumstances which are designed to cause the jury to suspect that person is an alternative individual. This is exactly what Denny was designed to prevent. And now the name Sadie Beecham has been associated with this jury with being involved in planning a homicide of this individual, and that's in direct violation. There is no doubt that the defense is on notice as to what Denny is or its expectations. We litigated the Denny motion just last week, where they laid out a direct foundation. These are, again, the quoting to the jury are text messages. These are not new pieces of information. And frankly, as I indicated in the prior Denny motion, the court has an obligation as a steward of this information to be sure that all parties are dealt with fairly here. We are required to be able to be provided notice if individuals are out there in that situation and be able to defend those individuals, and the court is required to rule on this beforehand. So I believe this to be an improper argument. I don't think it can be cured at this point, and so I ask the court to consider what our remedies are, but I believe that this is a clear Denny violation and that this is a mistrial.
If I may be heard, Judge. Thank you. In my opening statement, before I started going into this sequence, I talked about how law enforcement did not follow up or look into anything as far as possible other suspects or leads. I'm not offering this. And first of all, I'm just talking about the evidence that's going to come in, right? At this point, this is what the opening statement's for. This is a message string between Miss Beecham and another witness. This will come in. And it's not to offer it, Judge. It's not to offer it to say it was her. It's to offer it to show that law enforcement did not investigate her, did not investigate anyone else. That's not a Denny motion. I'm not pointing the finger. I'm not saying Miss Beecham did it. I'm saying they could have followed up on this. They should have followed up on this, and they didn't. It's very different.
First of all, you're telling me it's not coming in. And if it's not coming in, then you're not supposed to talk about it.
No, I said it is coming in, that this will come in through witnesses.
Say it wasn't going to come in.
No, sorry. If
I heard you wrong.
Okay.
Did you want to respond, Mr. Raveley?
Yeah, you can talk about whatever purpose you want. The argument made to the jury is other people should have been looked at. I mean, you couldn't be more clear in your argument. The argument was other people did this crime. My client did not, other people did. Here's example one. And she's now laid out specific electronic evidence that she wants the jury to be presented. So not only is she making an accusation, the substance of this accusation is that Sadie Beecham and a friend of hers have conspired to find a third party who will kill this person. That's the allegation that's been just made. And she's indicating that's what the text would lead a reasonable person to believe. There's been no notice of that specific allegation. The jury has now heard it. It's been shared with the jury. There's a whole body of case law in Wisconsin that does not allow a private citizen to be accused. And for a person to say, well, that's not for the purpose of accusing another human being of murder, that's what she's done. That's the argument that's been made. It doesn't matter if that's not the sole purpose you have. Your objective here is to tell the jury, hey, there's reasonable doubt. Sadie Beecham did this. Look at this electronic message. That's why you argue that. There's no other reasonable argument as to why this has been shared with the jury. And why weren't we given notice of this? Why wasn't, when a Denny motion was filed with all the details, and I complimented the defense just a week ago when they provided their factual circumstances so the court could litigate that with the state, because I believe that's the entire proper procedure. I'm on record as having complimented them for supplementing and providing a factual basis for the court to make a fair ruling. And we are in complete absence of that in this situation. This can't be remedied. Sadie Beecham has been accused of murder when Denny exists as litigation in this state.
If I may respond.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. I have not accused anyone of anything. I think it's been very clear that the defense is saying that none of this evidence exists, and law enforcement, instead of doing their jobs to investigate, just went with a single individual, that they had tunnel vision. An extremely proper defense, and this does not fall under Denny, is to say what the law enforcement didn't do. I'm not here to purport that this is what happened, nor have I said that. During trial, it'll be, this message was sent. Hey, detective, were you aware of this? Did you look into it? Do you think it's a little bizarre? Yeah. And leave it at that. Nowhere have I just said right now that I intend on pinning this all on Miss Beecham, nor have I think that has been the theme of my opening statement.
But if you don't have greater information than that, and why is it relevant? I mean, what difference would it make whether the police followed through on it or not, unless there's reason to believe that that was the person who was responsible for the disappearance of the decedent? It's irrelevant, and I mean, I'm hoping they didn't investigate me too, or Mr. Gravely, or Ms. Grzarek. They'd have to have a reason to do that, and if there isn't abundant reason to suspect that Ms. Beecham was involved, then I think Mr. Gravely is quite right. This is just a camouflaged Denny effort.
The defense would respectfully disagree with that, Your Honor. By sustaining the state's objection, the court would ultimately be holding that the defense cannot go into how law enforcement didn't do their job, which in a case where there's no body, no evidence of human
Why
remains.
didn't you file a motion?
It's not a Denny motion. I'm not offering this to point the finger at someone to say this person did the crime.
You have an alternative actor theory.
It's not an alternative actor theory, and if I could maybe give a preview to what was to come next, is the 20 other things that law enforcement didn't follow up on. It's more targeted, if I may finish, it's more targeted to what law enforcement did or did not do, opposed to what some third party did or did not do. That is what this is going towards, and the defense would maintain that that is extremely relevant. It does not fall under the curtails of Denny, and that we are permitted to go into that in opening argument and during the pendency of this trial.
Okay, I want to be heard on the precise thing that was said by the defense, because this is a disingenuous argument to say, my argument is just a police officer. Here's the text message. Isn't this weird? That's what she just told you. Here's what she represented to the jury. She said that she read the text message and said that this mysterious third party will take care of this, but you won't know the details, and we'll know in a week, right? And then she said, she commented to the jury, and a week is when Sadie Beecham goes and discovers this bloody scene. So she ties it in. She says, guess what, jury? At the end of the week, it's Sadie Beecham who, in response to this message, has now made this discovery. This is implicating Sadie Beecham directly in a homicide. That's the only reason you make that argument. She didn't remark, and I didn't object when she first began to speak. What she told the jury was that this is bolstered by Sadie Beecham being the person who discovers this scene a week later, which is in accordance with the detail with the text. This should not be investigated by the state on the fly. This is just not Denny does not allow a scenario where a fellow human being can be accused of a homicide and the state is expected to figure out on the fly what this information leads to. The jury has every reasonable expectation right now that Sadie Beecham could be the killer based on what's been said. That should never, ever be said in a courtroom. until Denny is litigated, ever. I mean, this is a line that it's not even a close line that's being crossed here. And we cannot remedy this, Judge. It cannot be remedied for this jury.
What I was going to say before the objection came was that
Well-
even just, okay, so it's still, again, not being offered to point the finger at her. And I'm not,
Frankly, your Denny motion that I denied with respect to Mr.
Campbell.
Campbell, I might have granted the one on this one because there is not more body to it. So I think Mr. Gravely correctly is concerned that this is just, as I said, a camouflaged Denny motion or effort.
I disagree. The defense disagrees. This is law enforcement. So we can't go into how law enforcement investigated this crime then. Would ultimately be the court's holding, because there's other.
That's not the court's holding.
So why didn't you investigate the person who just happened to find all of this? So is
Well,
that
first off,
pointing the finger?
That's not the issue before me. This isn't midway through the trial that you didn't ask some probing questions of the detective if he testifies. And ask, well, did you look at this? Did you look at that? To try to show a sloppy investigation, if you think it was. This is in your opening statement and planting a seed that, and it's all right to plant seeds, that's why we have opening statements. But this particular one has a special body of law handed down to us from the Supreme Court of the United States. And as I say, you correctly brought the Denny motion on Mr. Campbell's issue, but I think this is, well, it's in the same category.
If I can further be heard.
Yeah.
So what is the difference then between saying law enforcement, because I do anticipate talking to Carrera and other detectives about these messages, about whether they looked into any other possible individuals, which is not a Denny motion. And so what's the difference between me saying to a jury in an opening statement, which is what I believe the evidence that's going to come in is going to come in, that this message is going to come in, and law enforcement did not follow up on that?
I'm not going to pre-screen what you might or might not ask.
But I'm saying,
you're capable of making your own decision about whether you want to ask the question and what the risk would be. But this is a concrete issue that is before me now, and I think it's correctly analyzed by the state. And what I'm struggling with is what to do about it.
Well, Judge, frankly, a Denny requires notice. So this jury is tainted. We need the court to provide us an opportunity for, if this is an argument they wish to make with an individual identified, they need to notice us, provide us what the factual basis is they're going to allege, and allow us to counter that. This is what happened with the Campbell situation, right? We had the police look at their information, do an investigation that would allow the court to be provided both sides of what that information would entail. And then the court is able to make an educated gatekeeper determination. That wasn't done here. Counsel would be prohibited from arguing an opening or closing without Denny guidance, without the court gatekeeping under Denny any of this information. So under whatever shield they want to use, whatever they want to label it, it still can't be argued in opening or closing as something that is alleged in this case unless the court gives them permission. This is a mistrial. You cannot take away a suspect from a jury. You can't do it. And they should provide the proper notice, as Denny requires, as they did on the prior attempt, and we should have a chance to litigate that before this court. And it shouldn't be a day's notice. It should be sufficient notice for the state to do a real investigation.
naturally the defense is maintaining that this isn't a Denny issue. As far as notice, if this is concerned that this text message is coming out of nowhere, these are records that were provided by the state. These are records that the detectives in this matter have went through months ago. They've seen this text message, and if they haven't, that's on them. It's not my fault to make sure they've looked at every piece of paper in the discovery that they provided to me. I found it. I intend to use it to show that law enforcement honed in on my client and didn't investigate anything else. That's not a Denny issue. So as far as notice, the states had this information. I'm not using it to point the finger at Sadie. I'm using it to point the finger at the fact that law enforcement did not do an effective job investigating and instead painted my client in a certain way. And as the court's aware, this is a bodiless homicide. There's no human remains. There's nothing. And the investigation of law enforcement should be the focus of a defense here.
I'm not sure that it makes any difference whether there's a body or not in terms of this particular issue. But now, before we break, so that I can look at the authorities on this again, just so, well, ordinarily I have an individual colloquy with the defendant when there's a motion for mistrial about jeopardy. And actually, the first case here was dismissed without finding on jeopardy. I didn't have, ended up as a motion to dismiss without prejudice. And I'm not obliged to go through a waiver colloquy with you, but you need to understand that if you're wrong about this, and I agree with you and am wrong about it, you're done.
Yeah, I'm aware that the appellate court makes its own decision on these matters. I'm aware of that. I'm aware that the body of law indicates that if the court makes discretionary decisions, and if the Court of Appeals agrees with the court's exercise of discretion, that the defense is engaged in a form of misconduct in this case, that jeopardy does not attach. So, I understand that the Court of Appeals could disagree with the court's exercise of discretion, but I believe that is the litigation that would take place.
Well, you refer to it as an act of misconduct by the defense. It could be an act of mistake by the defense.
Absolutely. Right.
Yeah.
When I say misconduct, I mean it in the broadest sense. Yeah.
Okay.
But clearly it was a deliberate argument, and it was a deliberate decision to not file a Denny motion. So this is not an accident. It may be a disagreement about the law, but this is not accidental conduct.
Well, I don't want to get into that, other than to say I made a comment that I thought that her argument on this issue would have probably been stronger than I didn't say probably, I said was stronger than the one with the other, I don't know, I'm stumbling. Campbell.
Right.
But she could have also, in good faith, thought the other way, and she brought the one on Campbell, and I denied that. Maybe she felt that was the stronger. That's not deliberate. That's a deliberate choice for her to bring that particular motion, but it doesn't mean she thought that she was bringing the weaker of the two. That doesn't make any sense.
No, she has an obligation to bring a Denny as to each one.
I agree.
Yeah, it's not like an appellate.
But you're saying it was
Also, if I may, I'm here and
Please.
can make the record myself of why I did something.
You know what? She's a wonderful, experienced, fantastic reporter, and she's trained. If more than one person is talking at the same time, take the judge. And I don't doubt she could probably take heated discussions, 2 or 3 lawyers at one time. But I don't want to rely on that. You're all talking. And when I start talking, not because I'm so bright or so capable, but just because you're talking to the air, it won't get into the record, or you can't count on it being in the record. So I'm talking. So, and I've forgotten what I wanted to say. Yeah, I don't want to get into purposeful. Well, it was purposeful, but whether it was a willful
What up, Lefty?
matter is
Not
willful in the sense
much.
of
We're just hanging
trying
out,
to avoid application
watching
of the rule.
this
I'm not in that situation. I
this
don't have to.
case.
Right.
But it needs
been
to be
brought to my
understood, and you
attention
can say for the Court of Appeals, if there is an appeal out
A
of
couple
this issue,
times
your
by the
thoughts
lovely
on the
Rabbit,
subject of whether
being
her
that our
conduct was
guests did not show.
careless or
We're doing
purposeful in a
our
negative
best
sense. So I'm not
to
going to
bring
even
you
touch it
Zachariah Anderson
right now.
case.
I do want to look at the exact statement again, and I'll take another look at Danny and the prior Supreme Court decision, and
That's what I've heard,
I'll ask the
Lefty.
jury to return at 1:30.
That's what I've heard.
And well, actually, I asked them to return at 1:45, and we'll talk about legal issues when we get back here at 1:30. Any question?
No.
No question. A request, though, if the court could review the statements that I had made prior to my statements about Sadie Beecham as well, because I think that provides the court context as to why those statements were made.
How far back do you want?
To the point that I talked about how law enforcement didn't look into things that should have been followed up on.
I don't think that was a great stretch of time.
No, it wasn't. It was probably like 2 minutes prior to that statement.
All right. Would you, that please? Do you have enough time? Thank you.
We're back at 1:30.
1:30.
Thank you.
Let's get the jury in.
So now they're going to
Oh.
take a short.
What is the question?
You want to? Can they just stay?
Jury is going to come in
Oh, okay.
just for a moment. What do you want to do? Okay.
I'm okay with you just
You
communicating.
always make it come out well.
Judge,
Ah.
I'm all right with you. The court just communicating with the jury that we will that we're adjourned until 1:30. If the court wishes to do that, just by either note or. But if the court wishes to bring them down, that's fine too. I just am suggesting that's okay.
I don't like to talk to the jury unless it's on the record.
Okay.
So this is just going to take a minute.
Oh,
Oh, they're
thank
in this
you.
one? Okay.
I guess just put it down.
He didn't actually have to go to that. Oh, okay.
No, off the record with the jury. Good to know. Good to know.
Yeah.
I mean, we didn't all think Schroeder was based to begin with. Base Schroeder for the win. Anybody that thinks that they have something to add to have thoughts to go along with this particular case and thinks that they
All right, folks,
would like to
I'm glad I
join,
told you that was going to take about 20 minutes.
let me know somehow, some
I
way.
did tell you 20, didn't I? Did I
Throw
say
links
five?
at you to get you in here.
Well, anyway, we're still working on a legal issue, and I think it's an appropriate time for a break. So I'm going to ask that you return at 1:45, and that'll give you a break. And also, we do have some more legal issues to discuss, and we delayed the other one. So I'm going to spend at least 15 minutes with the lawyers, and poor reporter needs been working since start, and now I wanted her to type a little part of the transcript, so it's going to be a little bit of time. But I'm hoping if you're here at 1:45, we'll get to you Yeah, 1:45. We'll get to you shortly after that. Please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen on any count of the trial. Any question? Okay, thank you very much.
Another ex took the stage in the obsessed ex-boyfriend murder trial.
Okay,
On
so
Monday,
now, I don't know if I want their footage. I'm not sure if that's something that I'm interested in. Take a quick glance at this. I don't know if it's something that's necessary. It's a little 10 minutes. It says obsessed ex-boyfriend murder trial day 9. And it looks like it's a newscast as opposed to it being court. So who is this one? Okay, hold on. All right, we'll just do all of them. Don't want to leave out anything. To kind of look at that for a few minutes. They do kind of release some information.
ex-boyfriend murder trial. On Monday, Sadie Beecham was called to the stand by the prosecution to testify against the father of her children, defendant Zachariah Anderson. Beecham and Anderson share 3 children, but when their relationship ended, prosecutors believe Anderson killed Rosalio Gutierrez Jr. in a jealous rage after finding out that Beecham was dating Gutierrez. The relationship between Beecham and Anderson was fading in 2019. And according to her testimony yesterday, Beecham started dating the victim in May of 2020. Now, on direct examination, Beecham was asked about the final stages of her relationship with the defendant and where things stood in 2019.
What was the status of your relationship with the defendant romantically during 2019?
It was very tumultuous in 2019. It was not, we weren't doing well. It was, it was a relationship on its way out.
What was the nature of the discussion you had with him regarding how you were going to be moving forward together?
So he reached out to me, and I agreed to have a conversation with him, but only outside in my driveway. And so we had a conversation, and in that conversation, I expressed to him that I was done with the relationship and that I did not see it being repairable at that point, based off of what had happened. So I kind of made it clear, and
The man bun was ill-advised. I think the testimony from this lady might have made me drive myself nuts.
wanted to kind of figure out, what something agreeable for the kids, like to see the kids, because that's ultimately what he wanted. So I was thinking that was fine to come up with something to do with the kids, but I was done with the relationship.
Joining us now to discuss this case that we are watching closely there in Kenosha, Wisconsin, from Orlando, Florida, jury consultant and human behavior expert Susan Constantine, and in Magnolia, Texas, homicide detective Phil Waters. Thank you both for being on today, talking about
Do
this
I
case.
want to listen to these two?
Susan, I want to start with you.
Is this something that is necessary for me to listen to what these two have to say? I really want to just get past it. I don't think this is something that I find necessary. It's going to change my opinion on this case. It looks like it's court TV. Trying to spin their own. I don't like it when places go ahead and put their own spin on things and make you believe that so what's the legal knowledge I can impart? I see, thank you. She's alive? I don't know.
Now to Wisconsin, where the daughter for Zachariah Anderson and Sadie Beecham just took the stand. Let's go in live.
Back in the time period of April 24th of 2020, were you asked by anyone to spy on anyone else? During that time period, were you asked by anyone to spy on anybody else?
Yes.
Who asked you to spy on someone?
My dad.
And who did your dad ask you to spy on?
My mom.
And did you follow through on that in some ways?
Correct.
And so what sort of ways did you spy on your mom because your dad had requested it? Give me examples of ways you spied on her.
I was given a G6 Moto for my phone, and I was instructed to record every single time that my mother would get upset.
Who instructed you to do that?
My father.
And when you say record, you were using the phone to do that?
Correct.
And then after you made those recordings, did you provide them to anyone?
What do you mean?
Did you give them to anyone somehow?
Like, my mother found my phone and took it, if that's what you mean.
Did you transfer them to anyone or hand them over to anybody as well?
Well, when she found it, I had to give her my phone. But other than that, no.
Okay. So if the defendant's computer has some recordings that it appears you have made, do you know how he has those in terms of recordings of you and you recording using a recording device?
I'm going to object as far as speculation.
I don't know that he's actually inviting your speculation. It is a question with a hypothesis that either will develop or not. So go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So the question was, if you know, how would those end up on your dad's computer? How did that happen?
Well, it was my dad's phone originally. So, of course, he would eventually.
Again, this calls for speculation, Judge.
Yeah, your first effort was fine. This one's not so good.
So her answer is he got the phone back. So okay. So I don't have any further questions about that.
Are you testifying?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to ask that be struck.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The objection to your second question is sustained, and disregard the statement that the district attorney made to follow that. So go ahead.
Is the phone that you indicated you used to record? Who do you know then had possession of it? Just the people you know then had possession of it after you used it to record.
At this point in time, you've already lost me.
And
if I'm a juror, You've already
I
lost
want
me.
to turn your attention now
And
specifically to
I don't
April
believe you.
24th, 2020. So that would be the day and evening before your birthday, correct?
Correct.
Whose home did you stay over on that night?
My father's.
And do you remember what city he had a place in that you were staying at? What city?
Mequon.
And who else stayed there, if you recall?
Just me and my little brothers.
And how old were your little brothers at that time?
4.
And so it was you, your little brothers. Were there any adults at the home on that evening?
Evening?
I mean,
Yes.
kids should testify
Now,
if
what I'm
they're
asking is,
old
when
enough
you were
and
over there visiting on April
have a
24th,
recollection of what's
other
going
than
on.
the children you mentioned, were there any adults there with you?
Yeah, my dad.
Okay. And at some point
Vicky T, I see you.
in the evening hours of April 24th, going into the early morning hours of April
On my
25th,
way home.
did you leave the Mequon residence of your
object
dad?
as far as leading.
Sustained.
Where, if anywhere, did you go other than the Mequon house in the hours of April 24th in the evening through the morning of April 25th?
My mom's house.
And how did you get there?
My dad drove me.
And other than you and your dad, who else went?
Nobody.
Okay. So you indicated that your 4-year-old brothers were on this visit. Where were they when you and your dad went to this other location?
Upstairs at the Mequon house sleeping.
They remained there?
Yes.
Okay. And where did your dad and you go?
To my mom's house.
And where was your mom living at the time?
In Germantown.
And about how far a drive that was that, if you know?
15, 20 minutes, not too bad.
Okay. And about what time did you leave the house? What's your estimate on when you left the house?
I'm not sure exactly, but I remember waking up around maybe 12:53, 12:57, somewhere in there.
In the AM, the early morning hours?
Correct.
Okay. And so when you went at that time, what do you remember happening next?
We arrived at the house
Yes,
and
yes.
we
Happy
pulled into
pre-birthday.
the park.
Don't forget tomorrow,
driveway,
Vicky
of course.
T's
And
birthday.
he said to me, "No,
Right here
we're not
on
going to park
this
here." And he
channel.
backed out. And then he went into the bar parking lot, and there's
Should be
ones
fun.
that are in
Lots
the
of
back and
guests.
closest to the house, and he gets out.
When you say he, who do you mean?
Zachariah Anderson.
Then what happened?
He jumps onto the porch and looks through my mom's window with a camera.
Let me stop you. When you said jumps onto the porch of what location?
My mom's.
And when you said he, who did you mean jumped on the porch?
Zachariah Anderson.
Then what happened?
And then he is looking through the window, recording with not a camera, like a phone recorder, but a handheld recorder.
Okay. Then
And
what happened next?
comes down eventually after a little bit, puts another phone into the air conditioner.
Okay, stop. Let me stop you. The air conditioner is located where?
On the side of the house that I was on.
Okay, why would so the air conditioner is connected to what room of the house, if you know?
My mom's room.
Okay. And when you say puts it in the air conditioner, tell me more what you mean by that.
There was like an opening, so coming out from looking on the outside of the house, there was the air conditioner coming out and there was like a space around it. And it had insulation in there, like cushioning insulation, and the phone was put back far enough to see if there could be a recording of something.
And could you see that from where you were located?
Yes.
Okay. And where were you located when that was happening? When your dad was placing a phone recording device in the ventilation there?
I was sitting in the car.
Then what happened next?
And then he came to the car and asked me if I would like to see it, and I said yeah.
Okay. Who's he?
My dad.
Okay. I'm going to refer to that individual as the defendant just for purposes of our discussion.
Sure.
So, okay. So when the defendant came and back to the car, what happened next?
I said, sure.
Okay.
And I went up with him and we went to the window. We walked around the balcony this time and we went up the stairs and we went to the window. And he looks at me and he says, before you do anything, go like this with your shirt to make sure that you don't get the breath marks on the window.
So I'd just like to have the record reflect that the witness, Your Honor, pulled their shirt up, blocking their ability to sort of breathe on objects, covering their nose and mouth.
Yes.
Okay. So then after you were advised of that by the defendant, what's the next thing that happened?
I saw I don't know how to refer to him.
Whatever you're comfortable.
Mr. Gutierrez, I guess.
Okay.
And I saw him sitting on the couch with my mother coming out of the bathroom. And I didn't think that was gonna be this hard. They were listening to music and laying there together.
And doing what together?
Just laying there on the couch.
Okay. So what room are you looking into from where your vantage point is?
The living room. There was a space in between the curtains.
Okay. And what window of your mom's place are you looking through to be able to see into the living room?
What do you mean by that?
Well, you're on the outside, correct?
Correct.
So which window? Is it a window that goes into the kitchen? Is it a window that looks directly in the living room? So what?
It's a window that looks directly in the living room.
Okay. And where is the defendant during that period of time?
Standing next to me.
Okay. And after you look in and see that, what is the next thing that happens?
That's noon Pacific tomorrow.
We leave.
Noon Pacific.
What? You leave?
Vicky
We got
T's
back in the
birthday.
car and we were on our way out.
Don't forget.
He didn't
1
grab the
o'clock.
voice recorder at first.
Mountain
until
Standard
he
Time.
pulled out and pulled onto the road.
2 o'clock
and
Central, 3
he
o'clock
stopped.
Eastern.
He stopped
Vicky
right
T's
at the
birthday
second
party.
entryway to our driveway and got out, took his sandals off, and
Tomorrow.
went to the house.
So let me stop you. What footwear then was your?
He didn't
was
have
this-
shoes on.
Okay, cool. Keep going.
He went into Mr. Gutierrez's car and took his registration and took a picture of his license plate.
Okay.
And
And I'm sorry, you saw that from where you were in the car?
yes, I personally saw that.
Then what happened?
And I saw him ring the doorbell, and then run back to the car and drive away.
Whose doorbell did he ring?
My mother's, but he also had grabbed the phone while he was somewhere in the time period from when he rang the doorbell, the phone was grabbed.
And which phone are you referring to now?
I'm the one that was placed in the air conditioner.
Okay. So after the defendant goes to Mr. Gutierrez's truck, takes a picture and takes an item out of the vehicle or takes registration, grabs back the phone, and he rings the doorbell, what does the defendant do next after he does those 3 things?
Comes back to the car with the phone.
All right? And then what happens?
Plays the phone.
Okay.
Of course, plays a recording on our way home.
Okay. And what, if anything, can you say about what you could hear on that phone recording?
Nothing.
Okay. So where do you guys go next?
Back to my dad's house.
Okay. When you get back, what happens next?
I walk in. He tells me to get some sleep. I then was sitting downstairs and thinking about what just happened because I was a little like, did I really just see what I saw, what I just witnessed? And it was fine after that, I guess. And
So let me ask you, what did the defendant do next that you saw? So after you guys got home, what happened next, if anything?
he dropped me off and then he left again.
Okay. And you were not with him at that time?
No, I don't remember what time that was. We got back around 3 though.
Did he tell you what he was going to do next before he left?
No.
Okay. So now, if I understand you, by now it's 3 a.m. on your actual 12th birthday.
Yes.
Okay. Can you indicate what, if any, plan was ever suggested to you to try to get your mom in trouble?
Yes.
What plan was suggested?
The plan was for, now this might be a little confusing. The plan was for my dad to drive me and my little brothers to the house, and then.
To whose house?
My mom's house.
Okay.
And then he would put the boys to bed, and he would drive all the way back to his house, call the cops from there, and say, my daughter just called me, and I would have to call my mom, but not make it ring. So I had to call her, but the phone wouldn't be able to ring. It just had to ring on my phone to prove that that her phone was called.
You know, I'm kind of confused on how it can be that the child just so happens to be old enough to testify, but not old enough to be considered an adult. Still yet, when I see the question, shouldn't the father be removed while the daughter is testifying? Kind of made me think maybe he should be. Would that help the case? Not necessarily. This is a very interesting case for what it is. Though she's not probably able to speak with the father, or maybe not even want to, sitting in front of him would be disturbing in itself. Might change my opinions on certain things to see the person that I'm supposed to be testifying against be my dad. Sit right there. It's got some thoughts. Added some thoughts to my head.
Only on my end though. So it would show that I had called her several times and she didn't answer. So that's the look.
Who was supposed to do that? Who was supposed to do that part of the plan? Okay, and is this on a day that you wouldn't have been at your mom's house?
No, this would have been a day where I would have been at my dad's house, and my mom would be out.
Okay.
And the plan was basically to call the cops and say how my mom abandoned us.
All right.
And how I had to call my dad.
Okay. And who suggested this plan?
My dad.
And when he suggested this, what age were you?
10, 11.
And so I want to take you back to a time period before that April 24th birthday time period and ask, was there a time in the month of March of 2020 when your mom went on vacation without you.
Yes.
And during the first nights that your mom went on vacation, where were you going to stay? What was the plan on where you were staying?
I would stay at home at the house
Okay.
with my aunt.
Okay, and who was taking care of you?
My aunt.
And who's that?
Becky.
Becky? Okay. And do you know, is Becky actually related to you or just a close friend of your mom's?
No, she's like my mom's sister though. So she's not really my aunt, but.
But you call her that?
Yeah.
Okay. So she was staying overnight with you guys?
She's your mom's
Okay.
sister.
And
She really is.
during the time period that Becky was staying with you guys overnight in your mom's house.
Wait a minute.
Did something happen that caused
you
you
just
to
discredit
be
her?
either disturbed or alarmed on a particular time?
Yes.
So if you can you tell me about what time of day? What's your best estimate on what time
Intimidated
of
to have
day
your father
that
showing
happened?
it on?
It
Yeah.
was pretty late at night. I mean, it was more like early morning. It was really, really, really early in the morning.
Okay. So can you give me an estimate on what time?
Maybe between 2, 3, and 4.
Okay.
Somewhere.
And if you know, was it a school night?
Yeah.
Okay. And were your 4-year-old brothers also at the residence?
Yes.
Okay. So what happened at some time between 2 and 4 in the morning at your residence that caused you to be disturbed? And I'm only asking about what you personally had happen.
Okay. I remember kind of waking up to footsteps up the stairs.
Okay.
And then I kind of drifted back off into a sleep. And then Dad was standing at the side of my bed and he was like, "Get up for school, let's go." And I was like, "What?" And I was really confused. And then I was like, "Okay." Because at that time, what am I going to do? I mean, my parents telling me to get ready at 4 o'clock in the morning. So I don't really know what the point of it was, but he had made breakfast.
So what time did you eat breakfast on this particular day in March of 2020?
I don't know. We had French toast and eggs, and the time wasn't very clear.
No, I got
Was it
you,
before
Elizabeth.
4:30 in the morning?
Most definitely.
I read
Okay,
typo
and
very well.
You ate. Who else ate?
My 2 little brothers.
And how did they happen to get up and have breakfast at that time on a school day?
My dad came into our rooms and woke us all up.
Had you been expecting your dad in any way, shape, or form to arrive?
No.
Okay, so let me ask you, if we get to a point where you on a Sunday go to the family tree farm, do you remember that?
A little, yeah.
Okay, and what vehicle got you to the family tree farm?
The van.
And is this a regular vehicle you have that you know of, that you are familiar with?
Yeah.
So who usually operates that van?
The defendant.
Okay, and if you saw a picture of that van, you'd recognize it, you believe? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you a picture up on the screen in just a second.
So it's State's Exhibit 1.
And this is State's Exhibit 1, number 254. And I'm just asking if you think you recognize this vehicle.
Yes.
Okay, whose vehicle is that?
The defendant's.
Is that the van you were mentioning?
Yes.
And so who went in that van to the tree farm, if you remember? Again, I'm talking about on a Sunday, May 17th.
Me, the defendant, and my
I'm
2
going
brothers.
to object that you just said Sunday, May 17th.
I apologize. What? Yeah,
He doesn't care about the date. He just cares about getting the information out there. He knows what it's supposed to be, so now they're going to do the math quick. Be sure it's a certain date. Figure it out. That look right there of... Oh, oops. That's
So on that weekend,
a little bit of
apologize,
relief, maybe.
on that weekend,
There's an objection.
yeah, I'm altering the question. So I'm,
Well, what weekend are you talking about?
what? I was about to say,
Specify the weekend.
yep. On the weekend of May 16th and May 17th, okay, of 2020, you went to the tree farm, correct?
Correct.
And you went in that van?
Correct.
Okay. Who drove it?
The defendant.
And if you recall, what were the state of the seats in the van?
There were 2 middle seats, 3 back seats, and 2 front seats.
Okay. And do you remember which seats were in on this particular weekend?
Yeah.
Do you remember? So if you remember, which ones?
Well, not the middle ones, just the back ones and the front ones.
Okay. And who on the trip to the tree farm, where did you come from? So what residence did you come from to drive to the tree farm?
My dad's house.
Okay. And so where were the twins in that van?
The back seats.
And where were you?
In the front seat.
Okay. And do you remember any items that your father, that the defendant also put in the van?
Just a chainsaw.
Okay. And so was that in the van as well?
When?
When you went there?
Yes.
Okay. So about, if you know,
Chainsaw,
approximately
nothing
how long
big.
were you at the tree farm? About.
4 hours.
Okay. And during the time you were there, did you, what if anything did the defendant borrow from anybody else?
I'm going to object as far as foundation.
I mean, I would have too, I guess. I would have been upset if my lawyer didn't.
He just asked that, what did Mr. Anderson borrow?
What, if anything, he said, did Mr. Anderson borrow?
Correct, and so I'm objecting as far as foundation for that question. Hasn't been established what she was doing at the tree farm, who she was with, what she had the opportunity to observe. That's just the objection.
Oral.
So what, if anything, did the defendant borrow while at the tree farm that you were present for?
Just my grandfather's boots.
Okay. Are those work boots?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, where were those work boots when you guys left the tree farm?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you tell law enforcement at some point that the boots were brought home with you guys in the van?
Most definitely.
Okay. So when you came home from the tree farm, what transportation did you use to get home?
The van.
And who drove?
My dad.
And was there any difference in who was seated where?
No.
So on that weekend of the 16th and 17th, did you have an opportunity to see how the rug was in the back of this van?
Yes.
Carpeting. Okay. So I'm going to show you a picture. And this is picture what?
States Exhibit 1-260.
So this is Exhibit 1-260. Do you notice that there's something cut out in the van in this picture?
Yes.
And was that area cut out when you and your little brothers went to the tree farm on the weekend of May 16th and May 17th of 2020?
No.
Can I show a picture with the stains? I'm going to show you another picture. When you were in this van on the weekend of May 16th and May 17th, what, if any, smell of bleach did you smell in that van?
No, and those stains were not there either.
So you see some stains on this picture, and again, this is States
Exhibit 1-257.
So those stains were not on the van.
No.
When did you last see the van where you looked inside it? Was it on the Saturday or the Sunday, if you remember?
No.
Okay. Just on that weekend?
Yeah.
Okay.
Where
And the
did the
last time
stains
you saw
come
that
from?
van in terms of the interior of the van was when you came back from the tree farm, or did you guys go elsewhere after that, if you remember?
No, we just stayed at the house and waited for Mom to pick us up.
Now, so on that Sunday, did the
spouses
defendant
can't
drop
legally
you off
be
at your mom's, or
compelled to
did your mom come
testify
and pick you up,
against
if
each
you know?
other.
No, my mom came
The
and picked me up.
children
And
can.
when your mom came and picked you up, do you recall what your dad was, what the defendant was
I don't
wearing
know.
in terms of outerwear? Do you remember that?
Yes.
I don't know. It's an interesting question there, Wendy.
So we're going to show you State's Exhibit 42. So first, can you first tell us what you remember that he was wearing? Please, before you show it.
He was wearing a white tee with jeans, sandals, his usual, and a blue flannel.
Okay. So I'm now going to show you what's been marked as, one more time, State's Exhibit. Can you make that a little smaller? Thank you. Do you recognize what that's a picture of in the context of this case?
Yes.
What is that?
My dad.
Okay. And in terms of what the person is wearing, what the defendant's wearing, is that familiar to you based on what you've said today?
Oh, yeah.
What is that?
His blue flannel jacket.
Is that the same blue flannel that you're saying that he was wearing?
I saw on that day, yes.
Okay.
She's laughing. She's like, "This is my dad. It's exactly what he looks like."
During this time period, when you were at the tree farm, in that time period of mid-May of 2020, what, if anything, can you say about whether your father was discussing a boyfriend of your mom's?
Yes.
Okay, so when you saw the defendant, how often during that time period? So let's start from like March of 2020 until this tree farm visit. How often when you saw him would he discuss with you your mom's boyfriend, or this person that might be your mom's boyfriend? How often?
Pretty frequently.
And what did he call this new person in your mom's life? Did he have names that he called him or not?
Yes, there were, but it would be disrespectful for me to say them in this courtroom in front of his mother.
So I'm asking that you say the names. So what if any names do you recall specifically? Thank you for telling us that. Did he say, if he did he explain to you why he was calling Rosalio Gutierrez, or this person, the new boyfriend of your mom's, Booger?
Well, of course, the first one is because of,
I'm asking about Booger.
well, when he looked through the window at my mom's house on the morning of my birthday, he saw him apparently pick his nose and wipe it on my mother's couch. And so it was a thing for a while that we wouldn't sit on the couch. It was really just, it was a very odd situation, I guess. I don't know how to explain it.
And after that time, how often was the name Booger, did it come from from the defendant's mouth talking to you?
It was used in a joking manner if he was joking around about it, but other than that, it wasn't very used.
Okay. And what, if anything else, did you hear about about whether the defendant planned on...
I'm going to object to leading.
Well, it's...
I have to get her there somehow, Judge. I'm not, again, I'm not...
Leading is not among the permitted methods ordinarily, except in exceptional circumstances. He hadn't finished his question, so I don't know where he's up. where he's going. So you can finish your question.
What, if anything, else did the defendant say to you?
And we are going to let him finish that question on the other side of this break that we do have to squeeze in. But don't worry, we are hitting the pause button. We'll get you back into the courtroom for this all-important testimony from the daughter of the defendant. Don't go anywhere.
There's an awful lot of facial expression happening, and it is clearly impacting a 14-year-old girl.
I have been watching both the defendant and the child's mother, and others. Everybody, you're all being watched. Nothing that would be, in my opinion, an effort to influence the child in any way or make this more difficult will be tolerated, and it will be addressed rapidly.
Some subtle communications from witness to Mr. Anderson. Maybe there could be some instruction about that too.
She is looking over and getting smiles from the defendant.
My client has not prompted any of that behavior. She has been looking over here and has been looking at him and smiling, and that's been unprompted.
I can't see her face, and even if I turned on the TV, I wouldn't be able to see her face. I have noticed that she has looked both in the direction of her mother and her father, which I think is quite normal. I would encourage both anybody, but particularly the parents, to resist any effort of recognition. It's a legitimate concern, Mr. Gravely, and it will continue to be scrutinized.
A legitimate concern, and the judge says, I'm watching all of you, even her mother there inside of the courtroom. Jack, what do you make of that?
Well, I appreciate this is a real world judge. He has a real world experience. We all recognize him from the Rittenhouse trial anyway, right? But what we have is also somebody who recognizes the family dynamics that exist, and there is really no way to create walls so big that they're not going to peek around or peek over. It's just a fact. The question is, does it rise to the level where all of a sudden you're going to say you're impacting the witness testimony itself? And that's really the line that that judge is watching for, rightfully so. But I still think you're going to see those reactions where somebody peeks or looks or smiles at a defendant or at somebody who's in the gallery or something else. It happens every single day. You see it when you're in there.
And outside of what's happening as far as those expressions, it's interesting for us to watch, but guess what? It's not going on the record. So in the case of any kind of appeal, that's not actually going to come out in the transcript. But Josh, what has she said that you think is most important to this actual case?
To the actual case, I think that she's humanized the family because clearly they all got along. The fact that dad was a weed grower doesn't impact them. That was just part of their life. The uncles, the grandfather, and the family, the way she was talking and I felt, I want to know if people agree with me, it appeared pretty loving and cooperative. They were doing stuff together. She clearly knew her dad really well.
Doesn't sound like she was scared of him in any way. She's not showing any signs of animosity.
I guess, yeah,
You know
it
what
is
really
important.
was, though, is she was really authentic. You realize here is the example where there is no
I
black
don't
and
know
white.
if you need to listen to
It's
all
not
this
so
stuff.
simple.
But
This is the evil one. This is the great one. It really wasn't that. This is somebody who I love. And yet this may be the very same person who I know what I know. And I really appreciate that there is
Can
that
it go
gray
into
in the
something
world.
better?
And frequently, as a defense attorneys, this is our area of operation. It's the gray in the room. The jury's trying to figure out what that gray is. This young lady, this 14-year-old, is willing to sit right there, and when she tells you something, I'm listening. I'm thinking, if she tells me something, I'm believing it.
All right. Let's talk about the marijuana part of it for a moment, because we're getting those questions, which are legitimate questions from our viewers, about why so much time was spent during her testimony about it. And we were able to look back to figure out when the judge did allow this in, and it had to do with a jailhouse informant on the stand. I think we have some video of when he testified. Marcan Washington, he's someone who was incarcerated with the defendant, and he said the reason that we were talking and bonded is because we were bonding over the weed business, that this defendant was in the weed business, and the state was able to show that this other marijuana testimony would bolster his credibility. The judge said it can't be used for character, but it can be used for helping the credibility of this man.
Absolutely. If you can't get it in through door 1, you go to door 2. And if you can't get there, there's door 3. There's so many different ways to use evidence. There are a lot of tools and pathways good creative lawyers such as the state are going to use to bring this state stuff in. The state, of course, is hoping that associating this family with a marijuana grow operation that may have been illegal at the law, under the law at that time, is going to harm and throw some shade on the defendant. But we've discussed it. Marijuana has changed so much over the last 5, 10, 15 years, especially in our Western states. We don't believe that's going to be some sort of a stain on the character of Dad. And my problem with is, you know what? The reason the prosecutor really wants this, once a scumbag, always a scumbag. Come on, that's the reason you do. And then what you get is the judge saying, by the way, you can't talk about character. You can't think about character. Don't think about character. Make sure you're not thinking character. What are you thinking about? Character.
Yeah.
I'm shocked.
And,
Okay.
And that's the problem is it's disingenuous. And the question's whether the defense is going to be able to show the state's being disingenuous, throwing the shade on the defendant. Y'all know that that's not what this case is about. This is the state trying to bully, use all their tools, and some of them are off-putting. Jurors don't like seeing the state take undue advantage.
We will see. The cross-examination is still going on. We're going to squeeze in a break. Court hasn't started back yet, but a quick note as we head to break. We're also live in Tampa, Florida for the Ice Cream Man murder retrial. It's in its second week. Testimony is about to resume there as well after lunch. Michael Keatley is accused of gunning down 2 innocent brothers in the hunt for suspects who robbed his ice cream truck months earlier. That trial is streaming on CourtTV.com. You can watch it live there. Don't go anywhere. This is Court TV.
Maybe
Front
next
row seat
time.
to justice.
Maybe next time.
Tonight on closing arguments, the
Something like
latest on
this
the
happened.
Idaho student murders.
We'll
The
do
alleged
that.
killer
We'll do
now
that one
awaiting
next.
trial. How has the community come to grips with what happened?
A quadruple homicide in Moscow, Idaho. It's just unheard of.
Plus reaction from today's hearing in the civil trial between the parents of Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie.
Vicky?
What we learned today that will impact their
Hello.
arguments with Vinny Politan.
Wait.
We're watching
Oh, there he
the Zachariah Anderson case.
Welcome back to Court TV Live.
Ooh,
Because-
I have no idea what that's about. What is it about?
That's happening now. Our Court TV cameras are
It's
there.
about this guy.
The defendant's daughter to the stand. We're going to go in now. We're outside the presence of the jury. They are back from lunch.
Is this happening right now?
No.
Oh, I
This
was
is
like,
an old case. This is an old case. No, this is brought to my attention by Rabbit. Rabbit's the one that's and I know that there's others that have been doing the same, that have been pushing around and letting people know about Zachariah Anderson. There's just an awful lot of people that believe that though he's been charged with this murder, that he didn't really do it.
Really?
I guess there's quite a movement. There's quite a few people out there. I'm sure if I have the show still saying Conversations with Koolfrogg with Eric Hunley. Eric Hunley showed up for a short moment and said that he had a few things that he needed to take care of. So I allowed that to go ahead and happen, and so figured I'd still run a show. Still run a show, so we've been doing this.
Oh, good for you. How long was Eric here?
Well, he didn't show up for the show, so I mean, he showed up before. He showed up before. I talked to him for a few moments. He left me a nice message in private saying that he couldn't be.
Oh. Okay. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Interesting. What's up, Farrell? Good to see you.
I'm asking the court for an order to Court TV so that we may finish our investigation of this.
So,
and if we have any additional
again, we're
information
watching.
we think is relevant, we'll bring it to the court. The court
I'm
will
okay
remember
with
I expressed a concern earlier that
the situation.
I wanted the court
I'll be able to schedule him. I'll reschedule with him at some point in time.
try to make sure that
and
this Minor
Oh, that's
child
cool.
was not in a position where she was being influenced, and so
Life
I asked the court
happens.
to
Exactly.
also at this point impose an order
So then, like I said, it was brought to my
what
attention
has already been detected
yet one more
in the court
time
TV
by Rabbit
film.
that I should
you're
watch
dating
this
yourself
particular
because it's
case.
not filmed.
Did
Why?
Yeah.
Ah,
Yes.
but anyway,
Apparently, there's an
there
awful lot of
thoughts?
people that feel that he's not
Thank you.
guilty.
I have watched the clip.
Oh.
Obviously, what we don't see in the clip is the other side because they're not filming.
Hi, Wendy.
Question.
Do you know a lot about it, Farrell?
Mr. Anderson's daughter would look over at him and would mouth something just mouth something. I can't say what it is. I can't say when that
So
happened.
free Zachariah
I did not
Anderson.
personally observe Mr. Anderson make these gestures. I've watched it now on here, but so I can't say if it was in response to that or not. But I will say that that was occurring.
Never paid
and it could
attention
be
to the
that
case.
That was a response to her
Wasn't something that I
mouthing
found of interest.
while the state was
It just so happened to be, like I said several times, that
that would be the
it was
only
brought
thing
to
I
my
have
attention.
to add to that.
Wow.
I obviously can't speak any further.
So the minor is in the courtroom. I don't know.
I think more eyes might help.
Feels it's appropriate to have her here as we discuss this, but I should have brought that up
I
earlier.
just have noticed that.
Yeah. We do have the clip, and we would like at least to show the court what has been broadcast by Court TV now multiple times, so at least the court has that available for in its knowledge.
Well, how difficult is it for Court TV?
I wish I knew all the story.
Okay. And I would say I've been requested to order it.
We're only,
And to me,
I don't know, a
orders are
couple
last
hours into it.
resource.
There's only a couple left.
Can I request it?
We tried to go through those options, Judge.
What was he just laughing at?
Coming up with you, and we felt like we heard them clearly.
Okay, well, it is something that may be of benefit to the
That's sure.
trial. So, yes, under the circumstances, I will order that you produce.
Well, now that I have time, I can actually look into this.
Is that something that takes a certain amount of time, or if foreseeable?
So no, if I'm not
balls to the walls
mistaken, this is
crazy.
a case that's because now he's been charged
Okay, great.
and sentenced.
And then, Judge, there was another issue that the defense
Oh, wow.
was made aware of. that
Farrell
many
knows an
results
awful lot
speak on.
about it.
Judge, so
The
apparently,
Rittenhouse judge.
excuse me,
Yep. Rittenhouse
this has been
judge.
brought to our attention too. Obviously, we can't see everything that's going on, but that
Oh, he does have brain
Beecham
trauma.
is apparently a certified in ASL, American Sign Language, and Olivia knows the language. And the observers that reported to us said that she was signing to her. I don't know what about. One thing that was mentioned was calm down. What else was signed to her? I don't know.
Uh-oh.
And I have no idea if Court TV would have picked any of that.
Whoa.
I don't, as he's saying, I don't really know if Court TV would pick any of it up. Just so
It
happens.
depends on where they
that-
have their. Yeah, it depends on where their camera's situated.
I'm sorry, I did not hear. You only have.
They only have that clip.
Oh, it's up there.
Do we get to see it?
I want to report to the court what I know about this, just in terms of reaction.
I don't know.
So Sadie Beecham indicates she is not a certified American Sign Language interpreter or a person of that sort.
I've not seen
And
any
most
of this. This is
importantly,
the first time I've seen any of this.
The minor child indicates she does not know that language. So she is not somebody who has that in her ability to understand.
I'll permit you to
They
examine
had to
either
stall
of
the
those if
child
you want.
because the judge's brain injury. He's the only one
of the jury?
Indeed.
who would take the case because the victim worked at the courthouse.
So,
Ms. Beecham also denies that she did any of that. So
You know, I mean, there's ways to get up here.
start one thing at a
Gotta
time.
send me a message somewhere.
Run this? Yes.
Yeah, come here, Farrell. Come on, Farrell. Come talk to us. Tell us all about this.
Come make the show worthwhile.
Yeah, because I'm just like,
So because
I'm just here.
She's
I don't know
here,
anything about
and
this.
I love that you're here because it
Gives you someone to talk
changed
to.
my night.
No, that's good.
pundits talking about what's happening.
As far as the case goes,
Have they mentioned my tie?
she's interested. You just gotta
The Marquette tie? No, all right.
they were focused on.
He does have brain trauma.
I understand.
follow each other somewhere.
All right. Well, let's.
What the heck is his
MLS
tie
is-
got to do with any of this?
Yay!
Yay!
You are, if you wish, you may examine either Ms. Beecham or the child, and that's up to you. Yes, outside the jurisprudence.
Am I going to have
Wherever it would work
to,
best.
to question the defendant?
Message me.
Yeah, under oath. Yeah.
Saying
Well,
Twitter.
the defendant's kind of, we can actually see.
Okay.
I'm not in a position,
Oh.
so it may make a difference. I don't know. It's not on the merits of the case, so I wouldn't. Well, I'll tackle that if I need to.
Message.
What about Discord?
Invite. Well, I figured Discord. She said X.
Yeah, you might have to make a record of the charge.
X marks the spot.
I don't have so far the source of this allegation. Counsels have represented to us that they have received this allegation. I have not seen this allegation, so I don't know.
When you say this allegation,
Won't
you're
let
talking
you
about
message
Ms. Beecham?
me.
I'm right. I'm talking about the one that has been forwarded by the defense table.
That's
And I
not
assume they
right.
are not- I understand them to not be direct witnesses. They are simply
Won't let me message you.
reported to them.
Who are the informants?
So as members of his family.
Weird.
Okay.
City,
That they observed it themselves here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Okay.
So we might have a guest joining us.
That
Yay!
Ms. Beecham is a certified interpreter of sign language, which we have told the court is not true, and also have evidently reported that that the minor in this case knows sign language, and she says she does not.
So let me.
So this does not come from the allegation we've described to you is not only on television, but it is apparently someone who has no connection to the case that we're aware of. The allegation the court has just heard has been family members who have been here all trial.
I haven't pressed for TV.
Right.
We were what I understood. I was being told was that they don't have a video of the conduct which is being described on behalf of Ms. Beecham, but I didn't ask whether they have looked. So I don't know if we're dealing with something which is unavailable or something which has not been searched for or found.
There's not a lot left.
What can you tell me?
Not a lot of information left on there. According to what they have on this particular case.
Okay. Is that a satisfactory explanation?
Well, I've
Explanation.
watched the live feed either at council table or if I'm out of the courtroom and I have seen them. Ms. Beecham's been on camera many times. So
Though we're listening to all this.
The interesting thing, Judge, is or the complicated thing is that,
Rabbit has also
you know,
sent
even
me
if they were to do a search, you would have to have some specialized
DM.
knowledge what to look for in terms of sign language, because I wouldn't know.
Well, but even the question of
Oh,
whether
we have guests.
she had her hands anywhere.
What's up?
Phil.
Hi, lady.
Okay.
Hi. I have a lot to say.
Oh, I can't wait to hear it.
Yeah,
Oh, you know how they just
should I
said
stop this guy?
what? I don't see how it can be this guy. If when you look at it, because the corruption in this case is so bad, it makes me so angry. But how they just said that the mom, oh, she doesn't have certification in ASL. But she did go to college for deaf studies, and sign language is literally her job. Oh, and her children all know sign language because she taught them as they were growing up. Like she would sign things. She like signs as she talks because that's what she does for life. Like,
oh no.
So that was a crock.
Wow.
She was signing her to like calm down because she was getting antsy with the defense when they were asking. She was being called out on her BS because she's a teenage girl.
Yeah.
And that's what happens. It's okay. That's just how teenage girls are. And she's been put in this horrible, awful situation. And so her dad was, when he did did you guys see the lip pinching thing that he did?
No, I don't even know the story.
Okay. That's
I'm
what they're
so out of the loop on this.
That's what they're talking about right now. Is Court TV contacted the judge or the prosecution or somebody and said, hey, we caught him doing this lip pinching thing, trying to hush his daughter. Well, what was actually happening, and people couldn't see because the child couldn't be on camera, was that when the attorneys and the judge were talking and stuff, she was leaning over and trying to talk to her dad. She hasn't seen him in 3 years. So she was trying to mouth things to him because she still loves him. It's her dad.
Right.
And
You could tell that she loved her dad because the second that she's seen the picture of him, and she's like, "Yep, that's my dad in that blue flannel."
Yeah,
you could tell that she,
And when she comes in, Zach has no poker face whatsoever. You can see everything, just the whole trial. I watched his face, and you can see everything just written all over it. And when she comes in and starts talking, he is glowing. Like, he's such a proud daddy. Like, and then they get into the things that I and many others believe she was molded to say. And he just gets this look on his face of, I can't believe this is happening right now. And he starts looking over at her mom, and he's just like, what is going on here? Because he knows that these things didn't happen and certain things, but yeah. So she was talking to him, trying to talk to him, and he can't talk to her. He's court ordered not to at this point. And he tried to tell his attorney, like, you got to make her stop doing that. And finally, he like just reached his hand up and kind of pinched his lips, like, stop, please. You can't do this. And of course, it blew up. It blew up that he was silencing the witness and da 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 da. And she wasn't even answering a question when he did it. The judge and the attorney were talking to each other, and it was crazy.
Interesting. Talk about using your kids.
Yeah. If you look at the timeline of this, I think they have the timeline on the website. It's freezachariahanderson.org.
Okay.
And they have, I think the timeline's on there, and the picture or the screen grab from, I think it's from the state or whatever, where like all the cameras are, like traffic cameras and things like that. like speed cameras, whatever all they use, it's like literally impossible for him to have done it and not be caught on camera.
Wow.
Because he lived over an hour away from the crime scene.
Oh.
Yeah. He lived in Mequon, and Rosalio Gutierrez is the missing man. He lived in Kenosha, and he was in something with Sadie Beecham, who is Zach's ex and mother of his children. They'd been out like I think like 5 times maybe. And he also had other women he was seeing. So
wow.
But you guys don't have Denny motion up there, do you, KF?
If what?
Do you guys have the Denny motion? I think Wisconsin might be the only one that has it.
I've never heard of it.
Yeah,
I don't know
it's
what that is.
in order for a defendant to bring in a third party, like, hey, this guy did it. It wasn't me. It was this guy. You have to do a Denny motion, and you have to have motive, which the state doesn't have to have motive to bring you to trial. So I kind of think that one's kind of sketch, and you have to have opportunity. And I don't remember what all's on it, but you have to have these things. And the judge denied the Denny motion for Zach to be able to bring in Michael Campbell as an alternative third party. Hey, this guy might have done it. And I think that he has got a strong shot at getting an appeal based on the denial of that Denny motion, because there's a lot of stuff that don't look so great for Mr. Campbell.
Oh boy.
It doesn't look like there's a lot left in this. Because if I'm watching that one and it says 31 minutes, I think I'm watching that one already, and I'm already 20 minutes into that one.
Okay.
And then there's very few left. So it's like they pretty much move right directly into.
What is this? This isn't a trial, though. This is just like the breakdowns or something, or the motion
This
hearings.
is court TV.
This is all that court TV has on there.
Uh-huh.
Interesting.
See, there should be a lot more to it. Is the best way
Right.
you're getting that.
Oh yeah, I mean it was quite a long trial, and Solomon is Zach's brother, and he's done quite a few of the different. He did David with MLS. He interviewed with him right after the trial, and he's been on Vices and kind of made the rounds of all of that group.
Right.
Sure. As you should.
Interesting.
Right.
Huh.
Yeah, that's he's just trying to keep his name out there and raise money for it, because it's going to cost so much for his appeal process. And I think it's like $1 a page he's got to get all of the transcripts from all of the hearings and the trial, and
$1 a page?
yeah.
What?
It's ridiculously expensive.
The heck?
What happened to 20 cents a page?
Well, and I know, and is it even a page? Do they print it off for you? Because I'm pretty sure they probably just email it to you. So
probably, yeah. So you have to
It
print it
still
off
costs you
yourself.
the page anyway.
right, like
Yeah.
here, I'll bring you a hard drive. Download it. Let me have it. Like,
Yeah. Put me through that nonsense. So who is he accused of killing?
Rosalio Gutierrez Jr.
Boyfriend.
It's kind of this boyfriend of his ex lady. Him and Sadie were together for over a decade and have 3 children together. And they were getting ready to go into a custody dispute with the kids. And Zach had told her that he was going to go for custody. And then Rosalio disappeared, and she is the one that found the scene, because she hadn't talked to him in something like 12 hours. So she went and did a welfare check on some guy she'd met up with like 5 times. Yeah, and goes to his apartment, and from what she says, looked in the. Oh, at one point, she says she went in, and then she says she didn't go in. So I don't know how that worked, but she looked through the sliding glass door anyway of his apartment, and sees blood everywhere. So she calls 911, I guess, and calls them over there. And immediately, she's telling them, "I know that my ex had something to do with this," and they bird dogged on Zach and did not. They searched his septic tank. They searched his family. They sucked out his septic tank and tested it. Not a speck of the victim's DNA in any of it. They did the pipes, like they took the S curve out and tested those, nothing. And they went through his burn pit that he had at his house. They went through the family Christmas tree farm. They didn't find anything of the victim at any of these places connected to Zach. The only thing that they have is a pinprick. They said it is smaller than the size of a pinhead speck of DNA that it was too small for them to test for blood, or they couldn't do both. So they had to decide, do we test it for blood or do we test it for DNA? So they test it for DNA, and they never actually show the numbers, but gravely, the DA asks her, in her scientific opinion or whatever, if it's whose it is, and she says it's Rosalio's, and it's in the back of Zach's van. One little pinhead prick of DNA, from almost 300-pound man that was very clearly very bloody because of the scene. There's a lot of blood, and that's literally it. In everything connected to Zach, that's the only thing that ties him to anything. And it also matched. Put that in there. Well, I don't know that somebody put it in there. It could have been, but also, lab contamination is a thing.
That's
these
true.
tests, these things just happen. It doesn't have to be somebody did it nefariously, but these things happen, and you're gonna send somebody to prison for the rest of their life because of a pinhead spot in what would be a very bloody situation. And I don't know.
Wow.
There's so much that is I don't understand how the jury saw what they apparently saw.
Crazy.
There's a lot of us that get very worked up about it.
Well, when you see injustice and you you feel like there is something wrong. You see there's something wrong. It's obvious there's something wrong. But yet everybody around him is doing this whole song and dance of, no, he's guilty.
The victim, he's a victim. Obviously something has gone on here. He's not around. They've never found his body.
Ooh.
There's no body. They searched the Christmas tree farm. They searched Zach's home, everything around there. There's never found. What they did not search is the landfill that the friend Campbell had gone to the next day. They didn't search that. They had people out there. And when they found Zach's van, had carpet cut out of it. He had a minivan that he used for work. So he had the carpet cut out of the back of it.
Yeah.
They decided, we don't have the resources to search both the landfill and the van that's not going anywhere, obviously. So they called it off. They didn't search the landfill. Yeah. So I know that they have
you got Wendy asking those questions. How do you know that he's dead then?
Right, you don't.
If there's no body, how do you know?
Charge a person if there's no body?
Well, and that's what they wanted, this no body conviction, no matter what. He wanted that on his resume.
Weird.
And they got it. But there's so many crooked things that Rosalio was supposed to be meeting this girl that he was talking to. I guess Facebook used to have a dating Facebook Meet or something. It used to be a dating thing on Facebook.
Yeah,
And
something
he,
like that.
yeah, he had met this girl, Nettie, I think was her name. She testifies, and that's why that's actually the reason for the first trial ending in a mistrial right away. They did opening statements, and that is when the defense found out that her story had changed. Up until the first trial, which was I don't think they did anything beyond opening statements because of what came up. That she had told when she talked to cops and stuff, the story was that she had shown up there to meet up with him and drink milk and cookies, I guess. What, they didn't have anything they were going to do that night, but so she's at his place and he totally ghosts her. He doesn't answer. She's texting him and she texts him, "I'm worried about you." Now, listen, now tell me, if you drive over an hour to meet up with a man that you're having some online thing with, and he doesn't text you back, are you going to say, "I'm worried about you"?
No. I'd be
Yeah,
like,
you're
where are
gonna
you? What
say,
the hell's
"Where are
going
you?
on?
What the hell, brah?"
Exactly.
Like, yeah,
Exactly.
like, listen, every female knows that's not where you're going to go is, "I'm worried about you."
Yeah,
But
I'd be like,
then,
why are you ghosting me?
but then she goes down to meet up with him, with Gravely, who's the district attorney, and he says, "Hey," they were like doing court prep or whatever they were doing, going over testimony, I don't know, but so they're sitting there, they do that, whatever, and then he says, "Hey, why don't you drive over to the crime scene and meet me there so you can show me what you did?" And then all of a sudden she wasn't at the right building. She's at the wrong building.
What?
After this private little meeting with the district attorney.
What?
And so now he's a witness. He gets kicked up. He doesn't recuse himself from the case after making himself a witness. And the judge doesn't force him to recuse himself after making himself a witness. What his remedy is that Mr. Gravely will not be allowed in the courtroom while she is testifying. That was their remedy after the district attorney of the Kenosha County made himself a witness in this very high profile case.
Wait, is this Wisconsin?
Yes, it's Kenosha. It's the same judge that did Rittenhouse.
Okay. That's right.
Yeah.
Why does everything have to happen there?
Because they're dirty.
All the crazies live in Wisconsin.
Yeah. So, and the reason that I don't believe that she wasn't at the right building, but in order for Zach to be the one that had done anything, she couldn't be at that building because she was there when he would have to be pulling the body out of that apartment on the first floor.
Whoa.
Yeah, for the timeline to work. But I think that the reason she said, "I'm worried about you," is I think she may have seen something. Because it's one of those buildings where they have like the big sliding glass patios.
Yeah.
And they had people that had called into the Crime Stoppers and said they had heard stuff on the 18th. This happened the 17th. What they claim the crime happened the 17th. And on the 18th, though, there were witness statements saying they heard noises in the apartment, that somebody had seen somebody standing on his patio. So I think that there was something that probably happened on the 18th at that apartment.
Yeesh.
Yeah. There's so much weird stuff that
things just don't seem to be clicking together.
Right. And she wasn't the only one that had a little meeting with the district attorney, and then suddenly her testimony that makes the timeline not work is suddenly changed. So
Oh, that's not suspicious at all. No.
Right. They had this one of the apartment neighbors. I think she was across the hall. They read her. If I was the defense, I would have never agreed to because she still lives in Kenosha. I would have never agreed to just bring in her statement. I would have made her come into court because
Heck
she,
yeah.
when the police came and knocked on the doors and canvassed, she said that she had heard noise there a different time. I want to say the 18th. She had heard fighting coming from the apartment. And then then she talked to Gravely on the phone, and it was over it was right before the first trial was supposed to start, and all of a sudden, oh no, it couldn't have been because I was doing this, and it had to be on the 17th, and it was totally 2 different times of the day, 2 different days. Like, one was in the afternoon of the 18th, the same time that somebody else had called into the tip line anonymously and said they saw somebody on the patio, like within that same early afternoon time. And then all of a sudden, when she talks to Gravely, now her story is, oh no, it couldn't have been because I was in my bedroom that day, and it had to be on the 17th in the evening. So yeah, stuff like that is like all over this trial. And
wow,
I don't know how you send somebody to jail forever with that, or to prison.
As you're saying that court TV is not really showing much. Looking through this here that they show for a list that's left, which is like very minimal, because like I said, I'm 20 minutes to that. So then there's like maybe 30, maybe an hour's left of whatever. And when you go to the freezachariahanderson.org and you look through all of it, because like I said, Rabbit had sent that to me.
Right.
As you were just talking, I was kind of digging around it. It seems to be there's an awful lot of stuff that the court TV seems to be leaving out.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Now, why court TV would want to leave something out?
I have one on my channel that's just kind of some of the things that were off on it. I think it's called Beyond a Reasonable Doubt. Solomon he does such a good interview with and breaking down the different, especially like why Sadie would point the finger so quickly at Zach. He never even met this guy. It wasn't like they had some kind of fighty thing between the two of them. They'd never even met. The only thing that he knew about Zach was things that Sadie had told him. And Zach had looked him up. He had a folder on his desktop of his computer with his name on it because he was going to court with her for custody of his kids. So he had looked him up, his CCAP, which is, I don't know if they call it that there, but his criminal record. So he had that on there. But you're going to commit this perfect crime. So good that nobody sees you going to or from the city at all, or going to or from the apartment to your van, hauling an almost 300-pound man. And you're going to get rid of every speck of... There's no evidence of Zach in the apartment whatsoever. Nothing. And the only DNA of the victim is a pinhead in the van that Sadie Beecham had just been in to get her children's things out of when she picked her kids up from Zach. So, there could be just some transfer from that.
Does it just... Okay. I don't know this whole story or anything, but it just kind of seems to me that maybe the mom is setting this guy up so he doesn't get the kids.
Well, I don't... Maybe. There was a really shady text message from her best friend that was sent almost exactly a week before the disappearance that said, the phone call has been placed. You won't know when, where, or how. Call me in 1 week.
Ooh.
And who did she call while she was on her way down to Kenosha to go check on Rosalio? oh, the best friend. That's who she was on the phone with when she discovered the crime scene.
Oh,
But they didn't look into that. You know, when they looked into that text message that was sent, after the defense brought it out in this trial in their opening statement, that's when they questioned her about that text message.
Wow.
And on the stand, she says some weird thing like, oh, that was about my son looking into Sadie's phone to see if Zach was tracking her phone. I'm like, that has nothing to do with that.
That don't
That
sound
doesn't even
right.
make any sense, right?
That doesn't make any sense.
Like,
huh. Sounds like a lame excuse is what it sounds like to me.
yeah, that's what. Well, and that's a problem. And they kept saying, they kept trying to get mistrials actually during the trial. The state did, because of Nicole Mueller, who's his attorney, bringing these things that they tried to say, oh, you didn't ask for a Denny motion on pointing the finger at Sadie and Becky, but they weren't. They were saying the cops didn't do their job. They did not investigate this crime. She said, I know who it is. It's my ex. And they zoned in on him, and they spent thousands and thousands of man hours and millions of dollars going after Zach.
That shit just blows me away. When it's obvious to everybody else what's happening. And
Right.
yet they refuse, almost to the point of being belligerent of refusing things.
Right. They overheard the district attorney saying, I think it was at a motions hearing, that they had an easily manipulable minor witness, the daughter, which they did not need to call they did not need to call her to the stand. They could have used her interview
Testimony.
stuff. Yeah, they could have used her where she did her with the, I can't remember what they call it when they interview minors or whatever, where they set them down and.
Well, how old's the girl?
She had just turned 12. Like her birthday was like days before, and so now she's like 14 or 15.
Oh my god.
So yeah, it was the day before she turned 12, and then now she's 14.
Yeah.
So a few years.
2 years.
Yeah, and so all she's had she had no contact with him. He had no contact with just about anybody, because they were trying to look, because it's almost like it's impossible for him to have done this by himself. Just like the victim's mother said, there's no way one person could carry this out by themselves, because her son was a big man. He was like 6 something and 2. When it happened, they said he was, when they had missing posters for him, I believe it said 275.
Whoa.
But then when they're all on the stand, all their numbers are all changing, and suddenly he's like, oh no, he had lost a lot of weight. He was like maybe 240. Like the numbers were all over the place, but like way down closer to 200. And I'm like,
God.
When were you being honest? When you were actually looking for your son, or when you're trying to get somebody convicted for it?
Wow.
So yeah, he was a big dude. Right. Why if they labeled it as the obsessed boyfriend murder. If he was going to hurt somebody because he was jealous of her having a new relationship, which he was also in a relationship. Hold on one second.
So then, looking around to see if there's any better footage without watching MLS, because I know that he probably wouldn't care, but at the same time,
What?
that's like 7 days worth of content. Whereas what I was getting from Crime TV or whatever is that they were only giving me like 4 hours. So I'm like, oh, I can do 4 hours.
They cut out lots
They
of
had to have cut
stuff.
a ton.
Yep. I know David covered it. Vice. I actually found
When
David.
you go to that ZachariahAnderson.org page, free ZachariahAnderson.org, and you look at watch trial, it automatically goes to and brings up MLS.
Yes.
And all of his stuff.
Yeah.
And when I say all of his stuff, it's days.
Right. That's what we've been going through and doing for the family. We've been going through and finding all of the objections and things and what the ruling was on each of them and stuff. And we've had to do it by watching David's and Vice's and things like that, because after the end of the day, Law and Crime and Court TV were cutting out and pulling it from the internet.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
See, that I think that's the crime. That right there is the crime. Not allowing anybody else to go ahead and watch from them, from the courtroom, any longer, because, and I can see why they would have thrown the issue as they tried to with like Nick Rekieta, back when they had an issue with him and him calling them out for their cuckoldriness, I suppose you could call it.
Right.
That's kind of sad. I was really hoping that there's more raw footage.
Right.
And
Yeah.
because I know the
and
stuff
there's
that I
not.
was watching was from a stupid ass court TV.
Yeah, they cut it all up. Like there's so much that they cut out of there at the end of every day. Like I can see if you just want to cut out like breaks, that's one thing, but don't cut out testimony and don't cut out motions and
don't cut out the meat.
Yeah. And I have never seen, I watch a lot of attorneys and things like that cover court cases, and I have never seen so many attorneys all on the same page of there's something wrong here. Like you'll have one that's, or see so many of them that have remained so invested in it. Like, because this has been quite a while now since the conviction, and they still are doing streams to help raise money and doing interviews with Solomon, and Zenith has been on. She's their sister, and
wow.
So then maybe something to dig further into, read all this stuff that's here on this free ZachariahAnderson.org. There's a lot there. There's just so much.
There's a lot of information. Yeah.
We ain't doing it no justice tonight. Just saying. Just saying.
Well, you're talking about it.
We can right. We can speak of it, and we can bring awareness to it.
Right.
Exactly.
And that's what the family needs right now, I think, and Zach needs. And
yeah, it sounds like it. My goodness.
Yeah, it's just because they have a long road ahead of them, of course, and he's just trying to get through the day-to-day right now, being in prison now. And there was 2 snitches in the trial.
Oh.
The state called one. His name was Munch. That was his prison name. And he's Marquand Washington. And there's actually clips from that they had to get from Court TV to show the judge, because when he was on there, he says that Zach was talking in his sleep, and when he woke up, I looked at him and I said, "I know you did this. I want you to look me in the eye and tell me you didn't." And he jumped down from his. It's as bad as it sounds, right? And he jumped down off of his bunk And he looked me in the eye and he said, "I did it."
Oh no.
So what he had said in his sleep, apparently, what Zach had apparently said in his sleep was, "Die, die, die, MFer." And as Munch is saying this on the stand, Gravely is mouthing the words as the witness is saying that on the stand.
What?
Like in real time, right along with him. Die, 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 MFer. Like,
weird.
Zach has maintained his innocence through every step of this. Like, he didn't even know what was when he called the police to his home. He has supposedly murdered a man and disappeared his body. But the 19th is the day that Sadie went down to, I think it's the 19th was the day that Zach was arrested. So he's out cleaning out his van because he had done a construction job that day. And he was doing some stuff at this woman's house, and he would use his van for removal of all the debris and stuff like that. So he had his fire pit back there, and he had a big dumpster, and he was cleaning out his van, and he looks up and sees these two men walking up, and they're like poking around looking at his house. And he starts walking over there and hollers and says, "Hey, what's up? Like, what are you doing here?" And the one guy's like fiddling with his waistband and stuff, and it's making Zach nervous. And they said, "We're looking for Zachariah." Something about their friend or whatever. And he says, "Oh, I'm his brother. What do you need?" Like, some dudes that you don't know, some big dudes you don't know, coming to your house and they're acting kind of fishy. Like, I'm not going to tell you who I am either. But he says, "Yeah, I'm his brother. Can I help you? Like, what do you need?" He's like, "Oh, we're looking for our friend, and they have this." He's like, "Well, I don't know. He ain't here." Like, and so they like leave, and it's Michael Campbell. He's inserted himself into the case now because he also showed up at the crime scene. And then he goes to Zach's house with his buddy. So he's inserted himself into the case. Zach goes in the house and calls 911. First, he called his dad and his brother, and they said, "Call the cops." He calls 911 and says, "Hey, I got these two guys. I don't know what's going on. They say that they're looking for me and something about their missing friend. Can you send somebody out here?" They come out there, they arrest Zach.
What?
Yes.
Huh.
That's, but who's gonna...
What? Okay, that's just stupid. Wait. So when the cops got out of the car, was it a really tiny little car and a bunch of them all came out at once?
I don't, so he doesn't know what when they come out there and he gets arrested. He's arrested for months on stalking charges. He was also convicted of stalking Sadie Beecham, stalking Rosalio, unaliving Rosalio, and the hiding of something with the body. I don't remember.
Is she sleeping with somebody with the cops? I mean, how is she getting by with this?
Well, Rosalio worked for the courthouse in Kenosha. He was like an aide or something. Like he worked in the courthouse. That's why Judge Schroeder. There was only 2 judges that could even hear the case because they all had connections to Rosalio.
Okay.
So tell me why it wasn't moved in the first. I mean, it never should have went to trial, in my opinion. But why wouldn't you move it?
Yeah, it should have totally been moved.
That totally should have been moved.
Everybody in that courthouse knows the man. And they had to move the trial. Zach sat in jail for 3 years because they had to mistrial because of the state withholding evidence from the defense. And then they had to push it back because he had fallen. I think it was like a ice slip thing, something like that. And he had hurt his head and I believe had to have surgery. So if you watch the Rittenhouse trial and then you watch this trial, you'll see a significant decline in his
mental capacity.
Cognitive, yeah. There's a significant difference between Rittenhouse's trial and this one.
Wow.
Well, so then they have the other snitch come in, and it's for the defense. And this man, they tried to get him to snitch on Zach for them, and he said, no thanks.
Oh, wow.
And then he ended up, because he said that he had, his testimony, I guess, was that he had talked to Munch about how to get on a case, how to jump on a case and become a state's witness. And so.
That's insane.
The whole trial was crazy.
I thought the Brooks trial was crazy. This sounds a little crazier.
Yeah, Brooks was crazy because he was crazy, but this, like, the whole thing, like, start to finish, it was just like, are you kidding me? What is going on? Like, every single day we're like just jaws on the floor. And
yeah, I got to pick mine up right now. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Wow. What is in the water in Wisconsin?
I don't know.
My goodness.
That's enough to keep me from ever
Too
going
much lead
there.
poisoning?
Must be.
Right.
That's what I heard earlier. Somebody said lead.
Lead poisoning to the brain.
Right. That's
They're
Elizabeth
all
said. You can't
crazy.
trust snitches. Exactly. Well, and he also, he says Zach gave it to him, this hard drive. He wasn't allowed to have anything from his stuff, but Zach was. He was a federal inmate in the Kenosha County Jail, and Zach is a state inmate. And state inmates are allowed to have, most of them anyway, are allowed to have like a little thumb drive with their documents on it. But federal ones aren't. Or at least he wasn't, because I think some of his stuff had to do with stuff like that, so he wasn't allowed to have it. But somehow he ended up with the hard drive or the thumb drive with all of Zach's documentation on it. All of his court stuff from everything and all his discovery that he had. And he claims Zach gave it to him, but Zach says he stole it from him. I mean, what's more likely? So he had a lot of little information-y things about Zach, and they used that to establish that they had some kind of relationship, and that's why Zach would out himself to this guy. Clumsy.
Oh, jeez.
So you got
Good grief. Hi, Clumsy.
you got a special gift sitting in your Discord.
I just got it. She sent me She sent me a nitro. Oh,
Nice.
yeah.
Sweet.
I know. Thank you, Clumsy. I love you, lady.
Arf, arf.
Arf.
Woo, woo.
Oh, she'll be so happy we all arfed at her.
Oh, wow. That is just one totally.
And I mean, like, literally, it's just the tip of the iceberg of all the weird coincidences and things
I
like
thought the
that.
business was bad.
We
Okay,
actually
maybe it is
found
a little worse.
after the trial, one of the girls, we have a whole little group of us that are super invested in this, and one of the girls is looking at the pictures from the crime scene, and she said, wait a minute, according to the timeline from the state, he was unalived, I believe at like 10 o'clock on the 17th. That was like the latest time that it could be for Zach to speed home with this body in his car. And that's when the cell phone activity stops at that time. And well, if you've watched the other trials, you know that if you're not on your phone, you're either not alive or you're unaliving someone. So I forgot what I was going with that. So
Okay.
she's looking at the things, and she says, wait a minute, when they're taking the crime scene photos on the 19th, the diffuser is running. He has one of those little where you put in like the essential oils and you diffuse water into the air. It's running, and it has a huge steam thing coming out of it. So it's running on high. We looked up the brand that this thing is, and it's like run times and things like that. There's no way that it ran for like 40 hours. So who turned on that diffuser for it to be running like that on the 19th when the police are in that apartment taking pictures of the crime scene?
Ooh. Oh.
And I'm sure the
Interesting.
defense just overlooked it. Like, we didn't even notice it till well after the trial. And I mean, once you see it, it's like you can't unsee it, but it's the diffuser gate. Oh, is that the timeline?
Yeah. It's the timeline that went along with this particular case. Why they have so much information leading all the way back from 2007?
Now, what did they have up there? I can't read it. It's all.
So in 2007,
I guess I could just pull up the timeline. I know
Zachariah and Sadie Beecham meet and began dating, on and off again relationship.
Yep.
She liked to sleep with other guys. Okay, I get it. Sadie alleged Zach cheated on her multiple times. Of course he's going to, because you cheated on him. Throughout the relationship. You're not going to lie to me. You dang well that she was too. This is not just him that's the cheater.
Right. They did not have it. Like Solomon's always said, nobody's ever going to say Zach's perfect. He did things that he shouldn't have done.
Right.
But
Yeah, we all do.
Yeah, we all do. And
we shouldn't be held to the fire for it.
Right.
Well, so and that's what they're doing with it, right? They've given him life.
Yeah, he's got. Well,
when there's no body.
For no body,
there's
no
there's
sense.
so much. So this continues to sometime in 2012. Zach and Sadie stopped living together, but continue on and off relationship. In 2016, Zach lived outside of Wisconsin for approximately a year and a half. Sadie testified that they were in a relationship at this time and states, well, we talked on the phone, Skyped once in a while. He wanted to see the kids, so we would have some contact, probably weekly. Probably weekly. You probably skimped him on it, like most do. I mean, I don't know how much of this we want to go through. December 2019,
Yeah,
Zach
that's
and
when
Sadie break up for good.
Yeah, it was the twins' birth. They have twin sons. They were, I believe, 4 at the time of the incident. I think they had turned 4. This was their birthday party. Was in December, and there was a big blow up, and they were done again officially. Like the state put this big thing on them being officially done, but they had done this before in the past, where they had had a big blow up, and were done with each other, and then they'd be back together. And in fact, she was texting him she was calling him Z Bear. She was sending him hugs and like XOXO, and she was still having this cutesy thing back and forth with him while she's dating.
She was still playing with his heart.
Right.
Right. Because why not? Just kind of glancing through this timeline.
Yeah, I pulled it up so I can read it.
Oh, wait. Rosaleo to Sadie. Full custody might be hard unless you have a paper trail situation where it shows he is unfit. You could get primary placement. They will grant him visitation rights every other weekend, but from what it sounds like, he won't follow through with. Keep a paper trail of them. Oh, keep a paper trail of it. Then down the road, you can go for full custody. It will also get the ball rolling for child support. Why are they not looking at her?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so she's talking to him about, and there's also a message from. Apparently, Zach had gone over to her house one night while the victim was over there. I don't know what happened. I think he did. I think he admitted that he had been over there that night, and maybe got his license. I don't know what happened. Zach didn't take the stand. And so that's all kind of just hearsay stuff. So I don't really know what happened there. But because of that incident, she tells him, well, if he has your information, you should have his. And he says, maybe me and some of my buddies will go over there and teach him a lesson kind of thing. That maybe we'll break his leg. And so did he go there? Sadie claims that, that never actually happened. But did he go to Zach's house? And is that how his DNA is in Zach's van?
Just looking at her, she looks like she's guilty.
Oh, you have to watch her during the trial. You should see her snide little faces. That woman. Like, a witness would say something, and she'd be like, yeah, like, just have this look on her face. I'm like, oh, she should have been kicked out of the courtroom during opening statements.
Jeez.
He was so scummy. Gravely was just scummy. Like, ugh.
I'm trying to find this guy. Why am I not finding him?
I think they have all of the.
Oh, there he is. There he is. Yeah, prosecution team.
Yeah, David turned them all into Muppets during his. Oh, there's snitch number 1. That's Munch.
Say 8.
There's Sadie.
9.
That's the other. That's the snitch that came for the defense.
Oh.
And like the defense can't offer him anything. The defense can't offer you anything if you're an inmate. Like, they can't write a letter of recommendation or. So.
So.
I love it that he's using the Muppets.
How long did it take for from closing to verdict? How long was that?
Not long, couple hours, I think.
Couple hours.
I think it was maybe then. Oh, I don't remember now. Oh, it's been so long now. It seems like I've done so many verdict watches now. I don't remember.
Wow. They never married?
He said him and Sadie.
Yeah.
Zach, no, they never married. He had a girlfriend. And they made this big deal out of him saying that he was probably with her because he was held on stalking of Sadie charges for months before they charged him with murder. Oh,
do they have proof?
I mean, I don't think so. I don't think he was stalking her because in order for it to be stalking, the person has to have fear. and she was having him over to her house. She was texting him on the phone. She was having all kinds of contact with him. She was having him over. She was texting him in the morning and saying, "Oh, I thought you were going to spend the night." Like they were going out to dinner. They were having family things together. She was at the Christmas tree farm weeks before this event happened. Like, that's not somebody that's in fear of someone.
No. If you're in fear of someone, you usually get a restraining order against them.
Right. You certainly don't have them come spend the night at your home.
Curious about the closing, about how what they have to say, because there should be more than enough said within the closing to convince anybody in any form of jury if they think that he's guilty or not, and like without a doubt.
He says
in my
maybe.
opinion, but
He says maybe so many times in this closing. Like, maybe this happened. Maybe that happened. You shouldn't be saying maybe in a closing argument for the state.
No maybes in the closing. You
Yeah.
dumbass.
David did a really good video, actually,
Yes.
taking pieces of the closing statement and putting it together with what actually came out during the trial. Like, maybe you're full of it here, Gravely, because it ain't matching. Your clothing isn't matching. In fact, they said they found it. They said the body was discovered. He said that in the closing statement. There's no body. What are you talking about? It's been, can't remember what year it was now. It's 2020. So we're over 3 years now since this happened, and they still don't have a body. They still haven't searched that landfill. The Andersons are trying to petition to have the landfill searched because there are records from where that trash would have been dumped that day. I mean, I don't know if it would be possible, but somebody should look.
By expressing, without really having the words for it, the gratitude that I think we all feel for your service on this case. I mean, so many weeks, way beyond what you were expected to do. So just as simply as I can, please let me just be part of expressing my just profound gratitude for your time and your service and your consideration in this case.
Oh, shut up.
I want to start with just a couple of housekeeping things about the charges, and then I'm going to get.
Oh, you think you don't like him now? Watch the trial.
A couple of the charges are stalking offenses, probably not something you think about all the time. Stalking involves two or more things happening. So the course of conduct where two or more things are done by the defendant. We're talking in.
He wants him to get convicted of at least something.
Today about the April 24th peek-in, using his daughter as one of the peek-ins over at Sadie's place. The planting of a phone to track her on May 8th. Again, peeking in or listening in on May 13th at Rosalio Gutierrez's place. And then, of course, the homicide committed on May 17th. So we're asking the court, you guys, to consider all of those things
Elizabeth?
as acts of stalking, as well as the emails sent and the text
I
sent.
really don't like his face.
The recordings of Sadie Beecham.
But he loves him.
So what usually happens for stalking is
That was great timing.
Mom, maybe.
About a serious emotional, suffering serious emotional distress, which means that you have to feel harassed or tormented. That a reasonable person has to feel that. The stalking statute also requires that the individual involved, the person who is suffering,
In fact,
at the end of that,
the
also
victim
has to
said,
serious emotional distress.
I'm not scared of him.
Personally feel that they have been harassed or tormented. And you heard in the texts and some of the discussions, both Rosalio and Sadie wrestle with the consequences of this, right? Talking about it. Sadie has a text where she says, I hope this.
Everybody, make sure you check out MLS Law Show.
Yeah, the court jumped up on me, and I didn't realize they were starting early. So we only have like a few minutes left of the sort of fast forward.
Kind of human emotions that people have in response to feeling like their personal liberty, their space, everything that they.
Even he wanted to fast forward through them.
I think this is when David first started with David.
It's going to slow down here real quick pretty soon.
Another just small housekeeping along those lines is hiding a corpse. We're suggesting to you that when Rosalio Gutierrez is murdered on the 17th at around 10 p.m., the placement of his body in the defendant's minivan is the beginning of a long stage of hiding a corpse. And so that is where that hiding a corpse begins in terms of our allegations to present to you today. So I want to first cover this idea that there are two separate but combined sets of facts that allow you to know that there is proof beyond a reasonable doubt that Rosalío Gutiérrez was murdered on May 17th, 2020 at around 10 p.m., just around 10 p.m. at his own apartment. And I say that because there are two things that happen. One, there is a bloody, bloody scene. A scene that is has pools of blood that I'm going to talk about a little more in a second. But also, there are the circumstances of Rosalío Gutiérrez's absence from the life of everyone he cared about and who cares about him. Rosalío's phone shows he gets home at about 9:08 p.m. He's just dropped his kids
Yes,
off
the
at their
boyfriend.
mom's.
He's accused
He's
of
expecting Iridium Macias.
unaliving
Her last
the
text to him was
boyfriend.
at 9:37 p.m. and that text
The
was
boyfriend
never
that he
made.
never met.
She stays at the apartment building. Remember, she's
The
at the wrong
boyfriend that they
building.
can't
She
find the
doesn't see
body of.
what is happening.
And I don't
Yeah.
think
But
she's
she
at the
stays
wrong
for
building.
about a little more than a half hour, and she's texting and calling, essentially expressing to him, "I'm here. You know what's going on," and none of those are answered. None of those are viewed. So at this point, from 9:37 on, Rosalío Gutiérrez is no longer answering anyone who is concerned about him or interested in him or who care about him in his life. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are 1,039 days later. And what I just described to you is still the circumstance today. Rosalío loved his kids. He loved his mom, who he was in communication with as a guy almost 40 or around 40 every day.
Of course, she was spending
Every
his
day he was
life.
in communication with his mom. And
Who
that
doesn't?
suddenly ended.
Oh, I
Suddenly
know.
ended at just around 10 p.m. on May 17th. He planned and proudly was ready to coach his promising son in baseball. And he never got a chance to do that. He had a summer camp scheduled for him and his children called.
Of course, they made him out to be all
summer camp is
rosy
common
in the
for
trial,
folks,
and
in Kenosha.
Trying to lay sympathy
And that
for the
summer
victim,
camp
and there's,
was already
I'm sure, a
planned.
lot of
It's in
sympathy
his
for the
calendar,
victim.
and that never occurred on the 19th of May.
That's not going
He
to
no
prove
longer
your case,
attended any
sir.
of the holidays or events or visits. He no longer had any experiences with his children. He was a father whose daughter had a little love note to dad on the pillow when she left.
I mean, it is sad, but
He
find
was
the
a
right.
father whose son shared
Yeah,
his
and I
love of
think that's how the
baseball and
defense
emulated
should
him in every way
close.
he could in that
It's
love.
a very tragic event,
And all of that has been
but
gone
it's not
for
my
every
guy.
day since May 17th, 2020.
I really
So
wish they
combined
would
with
have had
that bloody
Nicole
scene,
do the closing.
you as a jury know he was murdered. You know that because those two things together show you that he is gone. So you know that there is a quantity of blood and a magnitude of blood in this case, which certainly tells that story. There is blood pooled on the floor by the couch. There's blood pooled on the couch itself. There's blood sprayed on wall after wall and on the ceiling in multiple areas and on almost every surface of his main room and the
Started
hallway by the
about
stove.
10 minutes ago, maybe.
There is a quantity
Arguments have been going on
and
for maybe
magnitude of blood
5 or 6
which
minutes.
is absolutely consistent with Rosalío Gutiérrez being murdered there at his own apartment. And every bit of that blood that's been tested in those different areas all come back to the DNA of Mr. Gutierrez himself. So that quantity of blood and his absence from any contact, any social media, any financial records, any of the people who care about him, any phones, any in-person contact, all of that is gone over those 1,039 days. And so we know and can say
I don't
that
remember. I don't think he gave them a time limit. I think he just said,
blood and his absence both tell us that story.
you know, the
What
ears
else
can
do
only
we
hear
know
what the butt
about
can
this
stand to
crime
sit
based on the
for.
evidence that's been presented in this case? And I want to suggest to you first that the next obvious and real conclusion is that this is a highly planned, thought out, and executed crime of murder. And so I want you to think about who there is.
It would have to be with your theory of the case.
Right, who has shown day after day in the conduct that we have outlined patterns of that sort of planning, that sort of obsessive conduct, that sort of refusal to follow any of the limits and rules that most of us would govern ourselves and who we are willing to use to accomplish our goals in our lives. So when I say who, I mean, of course, the defendant, right? Because here's what we know about him in terms of other things happening in the very few weeks that we have a glimpse of his overwhelming, out of control, no limits jealousy towards any new love life for his ex, Sadie Beecham. What are those pieces of evidence I'm suggesting are signs of an obsessed planner that are the signature of this crime of murder? Well, one is Olivia, and this is uncontroverted evidence, right? This is unchallenged evidence in this case in the record. The daughter tells you that her father had conceived a plan with her. And it is a truly sinister plan of having there be a day when Sadie had brought the boys and the daughter over to visit their dad. And then when they figured out that Sadie was gone to visit her new love life, then those children would be returned. And when those children would be returned, the daughter would make a call to her father saying,
This never
fraudulently,
happened.
falsely, well, I don't know where mom is. We are abandoned. And then he would falsely save the day. He would report this. She would be a child neglect mom because of the
That's
false
what a lot of people
information
do in
and the
custody
horrible
cases.
use
Doesn't make him a
of
murderer.
an 11-year-old girl.
Look at what. Watch what he says.
Sinister aims. Who comes up with a plan like that? Who offers that as something that an 11-year-old should do for them? What sort of mind is capable of putting that plan and that use of an 11-year-old out into the atmosphere?
That was really strange.
Yeah, I don't think he could have done
Did
it
you
by
see
himself
what?
at all.
Did you see what he just said?
It's the same
Zach,
person
Sadie.
and did commit this homicide. So what
They
other
claim
evidence
they
do I
claim
have?
that
This is
Zach
a
had this plan with
obsessive
his daughter to
planner,
do
knows no
this,
limits.
but it never
Pretty much.
like
About
nothing ever
the
happened.
daughter
So
telling you that when she was urged to peek in that window at her mother, when her mother, a consenting adult, did not have the children over. I'm talking about April 24th. When Rosalio is over at Sadie's home, it's the evening. Neither of them have their kids with them. They're consenting adults, and they're in the living room. And when the daughter peeks up over that into the window to look in at her mother, which the father has urged her to do, the defendant tells her, think about this as a small snapshot in this case. He tells her,
Because they
"Hey,
had their guilty
keep
party,
your
Zachariah
shirt up
Anderson.
so that you don't steam up the glass, so that you can't be
They got
detected
tunnel
from
vision.
inside." Who would even have ever thought of that?
this is all stuff
What
that the
sort
daughter
of an
testified to.
planner
But if you
that in their brain?
Solomon's talked about it a lot, that the things that she said
there
that happened,
Who is already thinking about
they're not
cover-ups
really that
and
possible to
avoiding
happen
detection in that kind of
Huh.
profound way.
based on the layout of the
Right? It's
home
just
and
a
things
little
like
moment.
that.
And of course,
Huh.
it is the kind of thing I'd suggest to you an 11, 12-year-old would never have.
Even
the
if Zach's
capability of
acquitted, he's
giving
going to
that
have to
kind of
fight like
detail
hell to get
in a lie or
custody
frame
and
up
parenting
some
time
kind of
back for his
false
kids.
story that she was
Kids are very impressionable,
Think about all the
easy to
computer
manipulate.
files
Exactly. And she
that
had
this
3
defendant
years
has
of
that are
nothing but her
about
mom and
Rosalio
Gravely in her
Gutierrez,
ear.
and the high amount
Shit.
of planning that is.
That
All those
sucks.
snapshots
Yeah.
that he stored on his
She's gonna grow up to be angry at her mom.
notes he had done of this individual.
Well, that's what I said. This girl,
stored them.
can you imagine that
File
first
for it.
big teenage fight?
File where he included
No.
Like, if you know your mom is like, and I'm not saying
That
Sadie
is the
did,
defense's
but
big sort of theme of the case.
though you
So
have
they will be
another
bringing it
girlfriend
up.
that you are wanting her
Right?
to have no one in her life. The
You did
buying
that
of
to
the
my
tractor
dad,
itself is a sign of a
and you
plan
manipulated me into saying
put a
things.
lot of obsessive
Right?
effort into this.
Just
And then
the
when
buying
you
of the tracker, because you have no evidence that he
get your
placed a tracker.
directions on your phone. Your phone puts you on May 13th, right where Rosalio Gutierrez
It's
lives.
unfortunate. People will take kids
And
for
then you
granted.
text Sadie the same
Right.
The
sentence
phone
that
is
has
with
just come out
Sadie.
of Rosalio's mouth.
All too
So you're
often.
overhearing from right on that patio.
And they're
what's
very
being said
smart.
inside. Okay?
Sadie brought the
Doesn't
phone to
that
Gutierrez's apartment.
Yell out to you as a jury that that's a dry run, that that's a reconnaissance mission to figure out what the terrain is, so that the next time you come down,
Like he's a
4
special
days
ops
later, you don't have to put
So-
you don't have to have your phone,
Right.
right? You already know now how to get there. You've got the directions from your prior visit. You know how close your van will have to be when you kill this man to be able to remove his body from that location.
Oh my God, what a conspiracy, or not a
Oh, part of Mission
conspiracy, but a
Impossible, it
thought
sounds
process
like.
this DA has in his mind of what
That is
He's
informed.
magic.
I think
This
Zachariah
is the
did.
planner that is necessary to carry out the plan of what you have heard about the evidence that happened on May 17th. And you know that this is a highly planned incident. You know that because the defendant
Because we have no evidence that he did it. It must have been highly planned.
but he's also off the grid. He's not answering or texting or web searching. There's none of the usual activity happening on his phone, but he leaves it.
I do have to agree that
And
the
what that
defense's case in
tells
chief
you
was a little
folks,
weak.
knowing
I did
this
want to see some
obsessive
experts. I
planner
wanted to see
in
some
terms
other
of the
things.
other glimpses we get at him,
I wanted to
is
see
that
them
this is
flush
done
out their
for a
argument
purpose.
with the
because
witnesses, and
he
they didn't do that.
must be able to cloak where he goes, to hide where he goes, because of what he will do next. And so if that is the plan, of course he brings gloves. Okay? Of course he brings the weapons he needs to be able to accomplish this murder. Of course he brings the tools that he will need.
He does?
to
Was there
dispose
evidence of
his
that?
body,
Right?
Right? The bags, any other tools he needs to finish that.
Did they find any weapons?
This obsessive planner.
No.
This person.
What
No
weapon,
weapon.
sir?
Have already
No
What
weapon,
weapon
no
did he
body.
what
bring?
the location is that he will place this body. What the dumpster is, or what the location is, will be something that has no connection to him. That does
I think it's
not
financial.
require him
I think they're
to
court
in any
appointed,
way deviate
so their
from
funds
any
are
kind of
limited.
timetable or
He's
plan.
not a
All of those
extremely
things will have
wealthy,
been
or they might
followed.
not be court appointed,
Is it an
but I
accident
think funds
that
is
he
usually the
picks
reason
a
why.
day of a heavy rainstorm when people aren't going to be out and about, or certainly aren't going to remain out and about? I would suggest it is not an accident. So what happens? Well, the first thing we know is that in that hallway of Rosalio's apartment, the blood tells a story. And I'm going to suggest to you a reasonable thought process. For
There was
you,
also
is
a
it tells a
rubber
story of
glove
a blitz
in the
attack
hallway that they didn't collect.
Someone
They just
hiding,
assumed it was one of the
ringing
officers.
The doorbell, probably having no idea that Rosalio is expecting company. Right?
Oh,
And
great
so
forensic
the person
work.
who's going to be
Yep.
prone to open the door. But it is going to be somebody who Rosalio doesn't know, because you're not going to blitz that person in the hallway and cause all that blood. If you know him, you're going to be inside. You're going to figure out a way inside to get yourself into a more private location.
You have to
So it's
read
going to be
the
someone who will not
Denny
welcome you,
motion
you don't
that the defense put in for
Rosalio.
Michael Campbell.
And so you know from the evidence in this case,
Oh?
there are at least
It's probably,
two
oh look, it's probably
blows.
on the thing.
One to
I know
force
Saul
trauma
read it
blows.
on somebody's
A hard
show not
object
long ago.
hitting Rosalio Gutierrez in a way that makes him bleed. And not only makes him bleed, but makes his blood fly into the air to hit doors. And you know that when that blood flies, that door in the hallway is open.
Sir,
So
that contradicts your
Rosalio
jailhouse
has
snitch
not
witness.
yet managed to go back in or to close that door.
Yeah, I
And
thought
this
he was
person-
stabbed.
And so that
According
is the
to
blitz
Mr.
attack
Washington.
that evidence leads you to. Remember that Officer Van Wee told you that he knows that door was still open at some of the points that the blunt force trauma blows are happening, because there's blood on the interior of the entry part of the door, and that when that door is closed, that either in the hallway or inside, that part of the door would not be exposed.
Because a fight could never take place in the
So you
hallway
know
with
there's a
someone that
blitz
you know,
attack.
only a stranger.
And you know there's a couple of blows.
Yeah,
that
it's
happen
under
out
Zach's
there. And then
case.
you know
Official evidence is
whoever
the
is the
Denny motion
attacker, the
that
defendant in this
tells
case,
like
the
the
planner,
evidence that there is
needs to
with
get
the
himself
friend
to
of
that apartment.
Rosalio being
Why
the
is
one
that?
that
Well, he
could
needs
have
to get
been
himself
the
in there
perpetrator.
because two neighbors at least may start to hear a ruckus, right? A neighbor, when she is talked to in some detail, when it's not just a cursory sort of canvas, but when she's talked to in some detail, says after 9 or around 9, I hear a scream in the hallway of pain and surprise at a time period right around May 17th. Marissa Swanigan, who testified, told you between 10 and 11 on May 17th, I heard a loud banging for about 5 minutes against my living room wall. Something big was forced up against the wall. Now the defendant knows that he's got to hurry. Okay? The blunt force trauma attack to get Rosalio Gutierrez in a position where he can be killed, that blunt force attack has to be finished as quickly and efficiently as possible because the defendant has no idea.
They had to come up with
that there's
stab
someone any
wounds
moment soon.
because
All
the
this
evidence shows
preparation
blunt force
needs to be
trauma happened in that
And so there
apartment.
are continuing
But their
blows.
snitch
There's another
said that
blow now
Zach
on
said
the
he stabbed him.
inside at the door. It is a blunt force trauma and
Oh.
blood flies.
So they had to
onto the
come up
wall,
with some
onto part of the
sharp
ceiling,
force trauma
over by the
evidence.
dining room table.
Oh,
So a few steps further into the apartment, over on the wall over there, there's a table over there, and that also has a blow that is suffered right by it. And then there are additional blows at that table right at the entryway, and then another blow at the couch. These are all blunt force trauma blows, and Officer Van Wee said conservatively there have to be at the minimum 6 of those based on their locations and the differing blood that has splashed and spattered onto the blinds and all those surfaces and the ceiling and the walls. 6 blows of
Like an artery cut?
But blunt force trauma is not an efficient way to end someone's life, right? You can immobilize someone. Maybe they'll die eventually. It is not an efficient way to quickly end someone's life. So
Tell
I'd
me why you
suggest
would
to you
take
that the
the
rest
body
of the
with
evidence in
you.
this case is certainly consistent with someone then changing weapons.
True. Why would they take the body?
The
Exactly.
handle of the object that
And
was
at 10 o'clock at
force
night.
trauma instrument, right? Whether it's a bat,
It's an apartment complex.
with a wooden
Where's their
handle,
demonstrative
whatever,
evidence? I would have imagined
just-
wooden handle, whatever.
some sort of
that first
timeline,
blunt force
photographs
trauma
being
object
shown.
is.
Although it's early and we know he's going to go for hours.
How did this man get
Magnitude of
convicted?
blows, such
I
as-
don't-
Why did
I
they
don't
not
even know
listen
how
on
it
the
went to
woman?
trial.
For that much longer?
That's
know that the blows
crazy.
being administered to Rosalio Gutierrez
That is
eventually
crazy.
shattered that wood, because there's a shard of that wood that you see that has hair of Rosalio Gutierrez on it and the blood of Rosalio Gutierrez on it.
Really?
Literally something that certainly seems like impacted his head, right? And there are other shards of wood found at other locations, right? On the couch.
They didn't even find his cell phone and his contents
So,
of his wallet.
we know that
His mother did when she went to clean out his
weapon
apartment.
got busted.
His
so
cell
some
phone
new
and
weapon
his
likely was
cards and
employed.
stuff
And I'd
were in his
suggest to you
freezer.
A knife or a sharp object makes perfect sense. There's arterial
The
spray,
defense can't object.
which is something that happens if you
If
puncture
he
an
says
artery,
something
which a
that's
sharp
not, that's
object
clearly
would
not in
efficiently do
evidence,
for you.
they
and
can object,
cause
but
a
it's
spray,
usually a
not the
bad
same
look.
blunt
So you
force
really want to
trauma,
reserve it
splashes and spatters
for when it's
and
absolutely
stains,
necessary.
but a different one.
Like
And
if he
often
said
if you stab someone in their
something
vital
about
organs,
the defendant not testifying.
because it's close to them, and if they're down and not fighting anymore, all you will have is blood flow and the drips and draining of their life.
Oh, here he's working in the stabbing.
And so there would be no other and distinct evidence of this murder when you turn to the knife. And when you finish Rosalio Gutierrez,
Where's the knife, sir?
because he no longer in any way, shape,
Where's
or
any murder
form
weapon?
is able to fend off any blows.
So you are no
You have to hurry.
Hercule
People have already heard a little bit of a ruckus. You have to hurry. You have to finish him. And so you finish him and maybe get a little arterial spray, some blood drips. Your plan,
Maybe.
the defendant's plan, was to make it look like he disappeared. And so he was going to stage this. In a
There was
way
no
that made
Emmy
it
because
look
there's no
like
body.
maybe this is a disappearance. And eventually,
But there was
people
crime
would
scene
figure that out,
investigators
but
that said
would
that this
buy
was
some
a
time,
blunt force death,
right? It's a
not a
Sunday
stabbing.
night.
He was
This
even
guy
questioned
might be
about it.
working in the morning. People might be coming over to his house first thing in the morning. How am I buying time would be your first plan. And so you
Feel
are
like
trying
he
to
is
create a plan. The defendant, the
sitting
planner,
in that chair,
is saying, I am going to try to stage
wondering how can this guy
but there's just so much blood.
have so much breath.
Where
And he's
was it?
gotta
In his
hurry.
van.
So he grabs up the
Yeah.
good pieces he can grab.
He went
There was
shopping at
no
Walmart
blood in his van.
and planned a bonfire.
He straightens up a couple of pieces of furniture that either fell over or got, repositioned in a as
I guarantee
Gutierrez
Gonzo is going to
staggering,
object to
or
the
maybe
defendant's
even,
closing argument.
trying somehow to fend some blows off. Those moments of quick staging occur. You had an idea already, and so you follow through on taking his credit cards and
Yeah,
his
he
phone.
won't
You
disappoint.
don't
I
wanna leave
swear.
with
He'll start getting
you are
sweaty.
afraid those leaving might give some clue to where you've gone next, right? But if you hide them in the freezer, the battery will die quick, and there's a high likelihood
You seriously
that at
watched
least
this
for a
6
period
times?
of time, if somebody
I've
doesn't have
seen
their
it a lot
phone
of times
We could just
for
doesn't have their
like
credit cards present,
documenting different areas of it
so
for
your half attempt to
for
stage
things,
the
and I watched it twice all the way through, and
the defendant still chose to follow through on. Of course, the problem is there's just so much blood. And this staged disappearance will not allow you to leave that area rug, which is so saturated with blood, that some of that blood, before it was moved, has already spilled off into a larger pool that remains on the side of where that rug was. But what do? You take his glasses, because if a guy disappears, of course he takes his glasses. You take his
Where
take
were
his
his glasses
boots,
found?
right? A
Not
pair
in the
of his
fire pit,
shoes.
sir.
You take some footwear, because of course, if somebody disappears, they took that. So you take some basics to make sure you've staged it, but you got to take the rug. And you've brought supplies to be ready for this, right? You have made sure that you're going to minimize
All of this is
any
speculation.
kind of problems
No
you'll
evidence of
have
any
in your
of this.
van and all that, but you didn't bargain for that much blood on the rug.
Well, where's the rug?
And so you've figured out how you're going to transport him over. I don't know if you're using a tool.
This
or
thing
if you're
goes
just
on
lifting
for
him
another
yourself,
3
whatever
hours.
way you are moving a body that you've planned for, the body of Rosalio Gutierrez, wrapped in a rug, utilizing the duct tape and the rope that you brought, that your own daughter said
You
was
still have 3 hours in you.
using those supplies.
You've been going 5 hours.
But when you take this unwieldy dead man, when you take him and you place him in the very
So-
back of your van,
Obviously, this guy has vendetta. He's out to be sure that he gets his conviction.
he wanted his no body conviction. That's it.
So then, what is this? After the break is where they switch sides.
Yeah, that's the defense guy, and I don't, he was so dry. They need, honestly, what I wish would have happened is that Zach's brother would have given the closing. If you watch his interviews and stuff, he has so much passion for all of it, for his brother and things, and I know it would be, I mean, obviously it would never happen, but he would have done a way better job.
That you've given
Nicole's
us
not doing closing.
your time. You've taken time out of your
Oh,
lives.
no.
You've
See?
gone further
not this
than we
guy.
thought we were going to take in this case. And you've
Fingers
been incredibly
crossed he's good.
patient. It's a very important thing when we're talking about how jury trials
He
function
wasn't.
in our society
Spoiler.
and why they are so valuable. And I know that all of you take your duty very seriously and have steadfastly taken an oath to do your duty properly. In our country, of course, it's part of our system that we don't leave it up to a prosecutorial agency or any one individual or even just law enforcement collectively to determine whether or not somebody is guilty of a charged offense. We bring in people from the community that have no bias.
At least it's not
no
Kermit.
predisposed opinion about what the outcome should be. And we ask you to listen to testimony and examine documents because you are the finders
What's that?
of fact.
I said he'd be my
What the
second
judge
choice after
did
her.
yesterday, before we
Yeah.
took the
Not
break,
Kermit.
was that he read jury instructions to you. Now, just so you know, you'll get a copy of those jury instructions, because I know it's kind of hard to listen for half an hour to all that legal stuff. But that's really basically the structure, the outline, and how the trial is supposed to work, giving you some guidance on what the law says. But there's nothing in those instructions that
I'd
tells
pause the
you
feed and then put
what
it at
facts
1.5.
you are to find. And
So
that's
does
why
Kermit.
you're here, is to focus on facts. You'll also notice right before we started, the judge said no taking of notes during closing arguments. That's because what Mr. Gravely says and what I say is not evidence. The evidence part of this case has already happened. There's a theory that what the lawyers say in closing argument shouldn't even matter because we're not presenting facts to you. That's already happened. Now, I obviously take my obligation to represent Mr. Anderson fully, completely. And
They have
with
90
the
minutes to
ounce
finish the
of
closing, and that's what I
attention
thought
that
they should do, so this will be good.
So I am going to make some comments here. But I want to focus first on the fact that
He told me
discuss what the
1.5.
evidence is. We just heard a 95-minute speech about what Mr. Gravely thinks the evidence shows.
He probably knows that
He used
happens.
the words, maybe this happened, or I propose to you, or I suggest. And that's what argument is. It's really putting a spin on the facts. But the most important thing, and as you paid attention over the course of the past 3 weeks and a couple days, when you took notes and you paid attention, you are the finders of fact. Now, very soon, extremely soon, you're going to get to go back into that deliberation room and finally start this process of talking about the case. At the end of every day and during every break, the judge has told you, please don't talk about the case. And I know you've been dying to. As the developments have occurred and as the testimonies come in, it gives you an impression. Certain facts will stand out to you. Certain other things will catch your attention, and you wrote those down. Then that is your opportunity when you finally go into deliberations to compare notes and to debate what the facts of this case are. But we're urging you at the outset, let's focus on facts, not guesswork, not theories or anything else. Now, Mr. Gravely's right. He concluded with the fact that the burden of proof remains at this table at all times for each and every element of all the offenses charged. It never shifts to the defense. And some of his comments actually did talk about, why didn't the defendant do this? Why didn't the defendant do that? It's the state's obligation to present all of the evidence, both the burden of production and the burden of persuasion. In fact, it's been said, it was said at the beginning of this case. The defense doesn't need to call any witnesses. The defense doesn't need to say a word. And if the state does not carry its burden of proof, the only correct legal answer is not guilty. Right from the beginning, right from the outset of when this case was initially investigated, and then the nearly 3 years that followed, this has been a process whereby the investigators and those prosecuting this case have had horse blinds on and are looking at one man only. And we've seen the process. That's why there was such careful examination, cross-examination, getting into the details of all of these events, including electronic evidence and everything else, all the surrounding circumstances, many, many witnesses in this case, because there was a fashioning of how this investigation was going to go. And I'll get into that a little bit later. Missed opportunities, things that are frankly shocking that they weren't looked into.
Yeah, how about
Let's
the dump
talk
in
a little bit
Illinois?
more
Can't believe they didn't
the
go
overall
there.
background here. And what we do know from the evidence, this comes as no surprise. There's nothing to
Or Sadie's friend's son. They didn't know
Zachariah
investigation on
and
him.
Sadie were in a very long-term relationship that lasted many years. Together, they share 3 children. This was not a perfect relationship, not one made in heaven. And as you heard, there were ups, there were downs. There were a lot of things that are part of a normal relationship. And every relationship has its own dynamics. Over time, there had been periods of time when they were together, then they weren't, then they were doing other things. But they
How
always
old are
remained
these
part of their
kids?
lives because naturally they shared children.
The daughter was 12, literally just turned, and the boys were 4.
In these situations where they each had other things to do and they wanted to
Oh,
stay
that's right. They were twins, right?
part of their lives.
Yes, the boys are twins.
Now,
Okay.
over the years, we get to a point where, as Sadie testified, she was starting to develop a relationship with Rosalia. And this, again, as you heard, was they met on a Facebook dating site. They had started kind of talking. They had met. But this was at the very early stages of a relationship. It had only gone for a few weeks by the time all this happened. And as time
I want to
progressed,
say they should have a verdict by the end of the day.
we come to what I have to agree
It either
with
is or it isn't.
appears to be a tragedy here. Nobody knows where Rosalio Gutierrez is. Nobody knows what happened to Rosalio Gutierrez. And when we hear his mother
That's
talk
my
about how she
opinion,
misses him
my thoughts.
and his friends that have not heard from him, I understand that pain. I understand that anguish. There's a big question mark up in the air about
I
what
agree. I
has
feel like
happened.
they have to have their mind made up by now.
But all of this evidence, if you want to even call it that, all the facts that have come in, as we analyze them piece by piece, we're going to see that this is not a case where the facts themselves, the evidence itself, establishes in any way that Mr. Anderson is guilty. I want to start off by talking about stalking, because that's actually more complicated than the other 2 charges, because as we know, there's 2 counts of stalking. One, alleging that Mr. Anderson was stalking Rosalio Gutierrez, and another count that he was stalking Sadie Beecham. There's a count of intentional homicide and hiding a corpse. And we all know what intentional homicide means. The instructions are very clear. It means the allegation is that there was an intentional killing of another person with the intent to kill him. And then hiding the corpse is very obvious as well. There has to be a corpse, and then there has to be an effort to remove it, hide it, to avoid prosecution, detection, etc. Fairly straightforward. Stalking is one of these weird laws where there's so many different ways that it can be shown. And you have to consider, as we have said, and we've talked about here, a pattern of conduct, things that connected together.
You're not really telling me anything that I really want to hear. You're just kind of saying a whole bunch of words.
Yeah, he was really dry. That's they needed somebody with some passion for it to get up there and.
Yeah.
Wow. Well.
Yeah.
I'm going to actually stop sharing that. There's a few things that are currently happening, and I think what we should do is go ahead and close down for the night. It's been a wonderful night. I appreciate you showing up and joining me and having fun. Everybody make sure you check out MLS Law as well. He really does have lots of fun content.
Yeah.
In this free ZachariahAnderson.org to get at the case in its entirety. Maybe needs to be brought to the forefront, and maybe more people need to pay attention to it, and maybe it'll put more eyes on it to get more out of this than what it obviously maybe the guy just didn't do it. I mean, that being said,
There's no really evidence, so yeah, agreed.
I don't think that there's evidence to convict him. I personally don't feel like he did it. But I don't even if he did, I just don't see the evidence there for conviction.
I agree. I agree completely. It's a nothing burger. They have nothing. No body. No evidence.
Right.
No weapon.
Yeah, no weapon.
No nothing.
Right.
It's built on sand. Quicksand.
Well,
even.
that's if he said maybe so many times in that closing, it was ridiculous. Like, you shouldn't have to maybe. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. Should not have a maybe, let alone like 15 of them in the closing argument.
That definitely gives you doubt. Interesting. All right. Okay, Frog, you want to shut it down?
Yes. Okay. So
all right.
I did find that there is somebody that we all love so much is live. We will go ahead and redirect ourselves to Clumsy Clairvoyance.
Okay.
I do appreciate y'all so very, very much. Thank you. Love y'all. Later.